Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels, where the stream is up and the holidays are happy and the audio is hopefully going to remain functional. As we await the first submissions that are going to come into the queue, let's take a look at a Christmas special. This is going to be Happy Holidays by one of the finest music makers in Mario Maker 2, RPC from South Korea, who says, "I hope that you will be happy more and more this year," even though, of course, only about 2 weeks remain. This was submitted to Team Music as well as something to do with DGR, and I have no idea what it is. Probably DGR 12 Days of Christmas, that's just a guess. So, hopefully audio stays up and we'll enjoy some music, and then we'll get into Mail64's first submission of World 1-2 with Thwomps. This might be the last viewer queue before Christmas. Possibly. Not really sure yet. So we'll get through as much as we can, hopefully going to run a bit of a longer stream. Anyway, Christmas trees. Let's take a look. Christmas trees and an icy face. And a 50 coin, for good measure. Okay. And then a P-switch is going to open up the right side. And drop frogs and stars at me, okay. Interesting. Miss Yarrow, welcome. Okay. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Stars falling everywhere. I wonder what the whole startup screen was doing in terms of how it was setting up the initial drop. Whether there was any kind of synchronization we should have been paying attention to with the initial tiles available off screen. But anyway, we have something going on with this snowball. I don't know what, but the moon is going to nuke everything, so why don't we touch the moon? Just to see what happens. You never know. Okay, snowball doesn't seem to be doing too much for me, unless, of course, there's a way to enter its pipe. Which we will probably not see. I doubt there is anything going on there, but, yeah, no, nothing. Alright, let's move on. Checkpoint. Followed by a 30 coin. Arvap, welcome. Anyway, we're on the left side of the screen here. The Christmas tree is obstructed over on the right. But we have the power of fire and a huge vertical drop into a vertical music loop. And it looks like it's going to be a bit of an exploration-based zone with multiple coins to hunt down, as we've seen with some of RPC's music levels before, including some of the ones made for 5 and 6YMM. And Kaba223, welcome. Tub and Chub, welcome as well. Thank you for the previous follow. At the end of the last stream, I still see you near the top of my notifications. And Miss Yarrow, yeah, very typically delightful here of an RBC music level. This is, if I recall, it is a snow track from one of the Mario games, and I'm trying to remember which one. Because this is the kind of thing that I know absolutely cold, except when I'm on stream. Mario Kart 64, yes. Yes, that's exactly it. It's the relevant snow level from that. Yeah, that's what it is. Mario Kart 64 is the Mario Kart game that I am sort of least fluent in, so I never really remember the course titles, in spite of the fact that the music tracks are so memorable. And here we are. And one over here. Yeah, very good choice for this kind of level, of course, and nice little surprise after the Christmas introduction that it's going to be something very tailored to the Mario experience. Now, we were moving eventually towards some kind of fifth coin and key door, likely this continuation to the left. Love the blue and yellow block decorations all over the place as well. Also, you can tell that this is kind of a no-death course. It just sort of expects that you are going to retain the Fire Flower the whole time because nothing is obstructing you other than Lemmy firing these balls. Nevertheless, for a no-death level, you do still have a fair bit of engaging platforming that's just obstructed by things that reset your position a bit rather than kill you. Reminds me of the game Grease, actually, which I played earlier in the year on stream. I think it's always a bit of a challenge to make a no-death level still engaging for people who want to play through a little bit, and as you can see here too, no real prospect of taking damage with the way the wigglers are tucked in. Let's move up. And okay, here we are with a key door, but also a pipe. Do I want to take the key door or the pipe? The key door, I think, is probably the optional path, not the required path, so we'll take that instead, and I guess maybe... Yeah, that gives you a Christmas tree. Actually, I bet the pipe... Okay, this is probably the other pipe that was matched to the ending screen. Let's take a look at whatever's up here. You have icicles that are, of course, obstructed. And that's it for some very happy holidays. And at Tub and Chub, thank you for the one-screen puzzler. Looking forward to that. And at Tub and Chub, we do typically alternate between next and sub-next, so hopefully that doesn't bump you too far back today, because we received a whole ton of gift subs. I think that's going to put you at third place at worst, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern. We'll take the first level just as a next for mail. Mail64, you're making 2 levels and none are fit to show, so I assume this is another recommendation then. And yeah, Miss Yarrow, RBC's level has been sitting in my queue for a little while since it came up in early December, and I was saving it for a stream near Christmas. And so, I'm glad I finally managed to get that in. Astroy, welcome. I assume that's going to be a boss. Gears of Despair sounds extremely cheerful. World 1-2 with Thwomps by NMO1227U. The Thwomps will get you if you don't go fast enough. Have fun. I see that Mail64, who submitted this, has the world record. And yeah, looking forward to that, Astroy. Oh, I see. Yeah, because you have to run in 1-2 with Thwomps. That's right. Because I see question blocks and I was like, oh, shiny, let's hit everything. The one Merlin sent me was rated 4, yeah. I'm unlikely to spend as long on an individual level today if the queue gets long. I mean, I keep saying that every stream and I keep making a mistake of spending 2 hours on levels like that anyway, but that's what happens when I feel like I'm getting close. So it's sort of interesting that this is kind of like an enforced speedrun through 1-2, where you must play it smoothly or you die. So if you're kind of familiar with speeding through it anyway, then no problem. Already know what to do. And actually the Thwomps are more lenient than I was making them look. Much more lenient, in fact. No opportunity to go up top, of course, with the warp pipe path, so you have to actually engage with parts of the level that nobody ever sees, except we're going to die right at the warp zone. Bang, welcome. And Intenium as well. And yeah, fair warning, Asteroid, as I was just telling Tub and Chub, we received a ton of gift subs, and so because I'm alternating between next and sub next, hopefully for the people who didn't get to the sub, you're not pushed back too far. I do hope to get to you fairly soon, but we'll probably have to figure out a way of distributing that fairly, because my queue system was not built to withstand this. But really hoping to get to yours soon enough. Whoops. And yes, Male64, that was exactly thanks to D-Brock, who you can see atop the leaderboard with the 51 gift subs the other day. Very lucky for me to stay on that stream too. I thought I actually had to cut off early, just before he came in. And luckily I didn't have to. Okay, one up at the end. As a bit of compensation for not heading the top of the flag. I see that the top pathway actually was accessible if you wanted to go down to the warp zone the proper way, I suppose. Thank you for that. Mark that as a win. A Jungle Mutt, welcome. And let's go through the alternation and go to Ms. Yarrow, who was next anyway. Go Bowser Go. It's an auto level. I haven't received one in a very long time. And what we typically do is try to accompany it with some narration, so. Because, you know, we can actually sit back and watch the action and try to interpret it somehow. So anyway, this is from earlier in December, and of course coming from Miss Yarrow, this must be a very strong recommendation. Bowser is breaking out of Mario's prison. Can he do it? Let's see. Let's see if I understand what it's telling me. And I'll actually let it play as an auto level, instead of manipulating my positioning any way. Anyway, Bowser's going to do some platforming. Hop, hop, hop. His platforming physics are going pretty well. That's really interesting, manipulating the Bowser RNG using the fact that you're not putting in any inputs. Because you would think that that's the kind of natural thing to do with an auto level, is since if a player is engaging with a mechanic, you know, just have RNG act in a predictable fashion. Now that's really neat, because basically any kind of input is going to mess with Bowser's jumping pattern, right? Like if you want to kill him, interestingly enough, you would also... I don't know if you would take to death necessarily. I want to try to mess around with this. I'm actually always impressed with levels that really know how to use RNG manipulation in this game. So we just killed Bowser early. Look at that, Mario trapped him just by moving, except the on-off switch manipulation. Did it still function? I don't know. Yeah, because I've seen probably a very small handful of levels in Mario Maker 2 that really do something interesting with the way that randomization is done in this game. One of them is an escape room and another one is a puzzle. But this one is a pretty interesting implementation of that in an automatic context. Anyway, yep, Bowser was swimming all the way through, treating that as a water level, as only he can. Now, welcome Lantis, by the way. I think I said hello earlier. Tub and Chub submitted a one-screen puzzle, which will hopefully go better than the one-screen puzzles in my previous stream. Last stream I took on some of the hardest puzzles that were in one of the previous Grikowski contests, the recent Desert Yoshi one, and So I spent probably about 4 hours not solving puzzles, which was not impressive relative to how well I usually do. But Tub and Chub wishes me good luck on a puzzle where I can't leave the ground, as we can see with that clear condition on the top corner. Very few plays on this, in fact, for a creation that dated back to some of the earliest days of the game in July 2019. So let's let it rise again. Reached goal without landing after leaving the ground. So it's basically going to be like Captain Toad. I mean, while we're scouting it out initially, I might jump around and fail the clear condition just so we know what the interactions are going to be. But as you can see, it's just going to be coins out of that blaster over there. And that this is going to be kind of an item sequencing puzzle, where you have to figure out how to load the items in a certain order, I think. Although you should be able to go up and down on the lift on the right side without too much trouble. Anyway, the objective here is going to be to get over to the platform on the right side with the Muncher destroyed, and then drop down on a falling platform on the top right corner into the red pipe. In order to do that, you have to get up above the ceiling, and the only way to do that is to raise the blaster that's on the left. However, you have to do that while placing objects on top of the cloud and the on-off switch that are in the top right corner, so you create a platform that you can actually move through. So 2 of the items are going to go there, or possibly 1 of the items. If you carry 1 item, like a POW for instance, while you are going to the blaster, yeah, there are 2 POWs available in this level, so you take 1 POW, and you go to the blaster while you have it dropped by a spring or something, or raised by a spring. Then you can use 1 POW with a soft drop on top of the on switch and the cloud in the top right corner in order to create a platform that you can run over. You'll need 1 POW to destroy the Muncher and 1 POW to serve as the platform there. In order to do that, at some point there's going to be an up throw into the on-off switch that is in the middle, the doubled on-off switch, and then something is going to come out of the blaster in that position, and I don't know what that is yet, so we do have to scout. Also notable is the fact that that location will also need to be braced by some objects, so you can kick a shell, I think, to do another switch afterwards. I don't know, because I don't know what's going on with the blaster and the one-up mushroom here on the bottom left just yet. Anyway, let's actually move around in the level instead of just scouting. You can move around reversibly through here until the first activation of the on-off switch. After the first activation, you can no longer come down, so that's a very important thing to take note of here. Ideally then, I think we have to probably load everything we can, except eventually there's going to be some kind of manipulation of this blaster. Like, once you hit the on-off switch, the seesaw goes up. The blaster goes down. Now, why would I possibly want to ever hit a P-switch? The one thing that the P-switch would do in this level is to stop the conveyor belt. If there's any reason why I would ever want to stop the conveyor belt. Yeah, as you can see, the other thing I have to think of right now is how we get to the top level, because I think we need, like, probably 2 springs to raise the blaster the way I want, and it has to be some kind of timed activation, where some object on top of a stopped conveyor belt has to then go to the left. Once it goes to the left, then it's going to raise the blaster while I'm standing on top of it. Yeah, I actually will have to see what this blaster does. Okay. That's really important to know. This will not be it. And also notice that the seesaw coming down... see what it's going to do for me, because I think that maybe you have to weigh it down a second time, or maybe the slope allows you to loop back up there. But as you can see, at this point, I don't really have a way to travel further. So at the time that I hit the on-off switch, I do have to load all the items that I need at that point. So I need to figure out how many items I want to take up with me. I say a POW for sure, but eventually I think what's going to happen is that I want to be able to cross the center area with those two clouds by dropping a POW. But then I need to raise it up again a second time in order to do something with it. And, well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, notice this conveyor belt as well. This conveyor belt might also be important to stop. I need to see if the note blocks spawn anything. That's actually a very important thing to check. Okay, 2 POWs. That's important. Wait, let's watch this first. 2 POWs, and they also are not obtainable in any way, except if you have 2 POWs here, you're able to use the spring, and then we'll see how high the spring will actually take them. Because, whoops, no, that's not how you do it, because the POW will just die to the vertical column, as we probably should have remembered. That spring, however, does go all the way up. However, if you block the spring by placing some kind of item here, you block the spring. If you block with a P-switch, I believe a P-switch actually activates under the blaster, but either way, the spring's going to fall back down here. Then you can send an object over the note blocks. And when you do so, the object can be something like the one-up mushroom, even. The one-up mushroom... But the one-up mushroom would have to be prevented from going down through the blaster on the left side, so... But you would need something that travels, and the mushroom is probably the best candidate for something that's actually going to go over here. Also, the shell is gone. Why was the shell gone in this attempt? I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, because of a POW. Yeah, we fired a POW. Yeah, but then you have 2 POWs that are going to drop here, and then once you do so, without having activated an on-off switch, you need to be able to take the lift to come back up. Once you come back up, you have additional POWs that allow you to build bridges. Notice this spot that allows you to drop down. That seems important, because the donut block will take you down safely. But I think you probably need to drop it and then drop an object. Because once you drop this, unless you have some kind of... let's see about this, because... failing the clear condition... I believe the clear condition does fail when you fall on top of a one-tile P-switch, right? Like, I think that's certainly the case, but I do want to check that just to make sure. So I need to preserve the condition until I can test that. Let's just try it out briefly. I don't know if I have a good place to test that, in fact. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. On top of the cloud. I believe it should fail it. So, for example... No, you definitely fail it when you go over the gap, but... Yeah, you definitely fail it when you go over the gap, but the P-switch never braces you, as I didn't think it did. I, just needed to be absolutely sure, so we're not making any false assumptions. Okay, so let's get back to this. We know that we want a spring with an up throw in this location, before there has been any activation of an on-off switch. So we can brace it with a P. And it has to be a P because a POW will activate... Oh no, it can't be a P because of that. That's okay, we can block a P using a POW. Or we can just block the spot using a POW. Let me just try this. I've done so many puzzles in the past using the different objects to obstruct an upthrow, and I still can never remember from memory how things are going to go. You obviously don't want to kill the POW because, yeah, it's going to be POW followed by P followed by this, I think. You can't really kill the POW because you will need the shell later on, so... Yeah, Jerp, thank you for submitting that anyway. It's very true that I do tend to run very long and start very late as is. So hopefully you will be around for yours. I do get to everybody who gets into queue before closing whenever I can. But if you can't, that's totally understandable. We'll try to run at a more accessible time at some point during the holidays. I don't know when that will be, but we'll try to make it happen. Also notice that you can upthrow into the on switch above me right there. Which is important because even once you've toggled an on-off switch, you're able to ride this down. Also, I didn't actually want to take the P up there. That was a mistake. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to put a POW here. I wanted to slap a P into it. So let's do that first. And then I actually will need a second P underneath that. That's all the items we have access to now. We're going to obstruct everything. And I'll be warmed up for your no jump level? Yeah, hopefully so. Okay, so that's done. Now we need to figure out how to release this in such a way that the mushroom is going to go right. I think the way we do it is we actually stack objects underneath the blaster so it's prevented from falling very far. Like if you create a 2-object stack below. But the only thing that we can retain at this point is 1 P-switch. So that's not going to happen, I think. Unless we spawn an additional POW, perhaps. So we have a P-switch. We have 2 places to use for an upthrow. And I'm also still able to get back down if I upthrow off this on-off switch rather than this one. At the point that I upthrow, the mushroom is going to come down and probably fall to the left, isn't it? And in any case, I would need to get it to bump up 1 additional spot. Now, it could be that the mushroom is the wrong way of thinking about it, and that what I actually need is the shell. But at this point, I can't cross over anyway because I don't have access to a POW. So, also the conveyor belt is important, isn't it? No, the conveyor belt is not important. The conveyor belt is only there to take the POWs over to that spring as I saw before. Also, there are 2 POWs that are going to spring up here. That's okay, we can obtain them both at a time. So let's figure out the on-off switch here. And let's do so. Whoops. While I am still on the no jump condition on this platform, so we can ride it safely back down. The mushroom is in that location. We needed to block that location then, didn't we? Okay, so that's the one thing that I have not done here, is I needed to prevent the mushroom from going up. But I don't seem to have enough items to do that with right now. I need to block the mushroom before it spawns over here. And so I need to cut that previous interaction by 1 item, perhaps. But POW has to be first and P has to be second in order for that to happen. So I needed some way to cross, I think. Ah, I know how. So it's only 1 adjustment that you need to make. You take the first POW and you create a bridge. you take the second POW and you create the obstruction onto center column the way we did here. That's a very small adjustment. That's the only thing that we need to do to fix this sequence. Because the POW that acts as the bridge, the first POW, is going to do pretty much exactly what we want. Let's grab the correct items, of course. Come on. Or just place this out of the way. Okay, that's a fairly understandable sequence of events, in fact. You dropped one POW. Also teaches you how the bridge is going to work. Grab the second POW. And you prevent the mushroom from going up by having placed a POW in this location. I hope it's far enough to the right to do so. At that point, it's able to ride the seesaw over to the note blocks. You drop this POW here, because it's going to be raised up by a P very shortly. It's a little off-center. I don't know if that matters. I don't think it will, but let's just ride out the platforms carefully. And see. Yep. It is going to recenter itself without collision. And you do all this. Okay, good. Now, there's no reason for me to come back down afterwards after the platform drops, I don't think. So we'll take the P, and we're able to cross and go forward. One thing that we do need, however, is an on-off activation. And I'll have to think. I don't want to use a spring, I don't think, because I need the spring to manipulate the blaster on the left side. I think I do want to use a P to activate the on-off switch, but this donut block, I actually still don't know what it's doing for me. Yeah, because this will get trapped at a one-way panel. I like the idea of placing it here first if we don't see another use for it, because once we hit the on-off switch, we need that to be under the blaster. And then we take the P, and then we throw on the right side. The reason we don't throw in the center is because we need to obstruct the center here with another POW later on in order to create a platform. And Jungle Mutt, yeah, no worries about leaving. Hoping to catch you another time then. Okay, that obstructs the mushroom this way, so that's not quite right either. I think the POW here maybe needed to be in a slightly different position. Like, it needed to be maybe a little bit further to the right. Or... no, you actually do need to brace the bottom then. Because if you brace the bottom, then if you raise the blaster by one slot, the mushroom is able to travel. Maybe you don't even need the blocking piece then, you actually just need a POW in the bottom. Very item hungry level, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And happy holidays to you as well, Jungle Mutt. Also notice that if you decided to brace this, you don't want to brace it with a P, you do need POW PP in the central column, so. Yeah, interesting way of doing a no jump level to make it about thinking about this precise item handling sequence. I think this is still going to be the same. I obstruct with a POW. I take this POW, but then I'm going to brace the bottom. No. I still need it here, though. So I'm short one object. Okay, no, we know that this blaster spawns POWs. It spawns POWs once we hit the on-off switch, so we do not cross the bridge. We use the first POW as the brace. And yeah. If you use the first POW as a brace, no, you still need an additional POW though, because no matter what, it's going to consume POW PP to get the spring into this position here. And there's no real way... No, yes there is. Yes there is. You have to be satisfied with the fact that the P-switch is going to activate. Let me try one thing. P followed by spring. P followed by P followed by spring. Let's just fail the condition quickly. That's not going to be it, because that was off-center, but let me just reposition this slightly and see. Can we actually do that without having the POWs fall into P here? Let me just redo this. And, oh yeah, the blaster gives springs. Yes, that's right. Don't know why I misremembered it as a POW. Well, you clearly need one object here. And it has to be the POW. It has to be one POW. And so I'm thinking, am I able to reclaim this POW later on? Because I do need to brace the seesaw. If the blaster gives springs, that's fine then, we use the spring. We don't need to spring for anything else at this point. Except, no, we can't. We need to use the spring for this thing over here. However, if you trap the mushroom in a central location, yeah, at that point, it's already too late to brace this any further. Oh, no. No. Here's what it is. Blaster is going to fall down on a seesaw, but the blaster is going to be offset slightly by the seesaw. It's not going to land cleanly on the bottom, is it? So if you double hit the on-off switch, does the blaster actually get destroyed by the slight collision that it would have with a red block, or does it go all the way down? We have to see it quickly. I just want to see this. Oh no, okay, it is too low for the collision. Okay. Let's rethink it. So currently the idea is, do we use the POW as the central sequence? Oh, okay, one more thing to test then. I'm going to test dropping one POW here as a brace, but not opening up for the mushroom. Or rather, not blocking the mushroom in that later section. Yeah, that's good enough. We actually do not need the blocking piece at that point, until we have an opportunity to raise all this. So we activate the on-off switch on the way down. Then we, at that point, have the spring here to raise additional POWs that we can use for the bridge as before. So the idea is that instead of using POW PP under the top right blaster, we need to find a way to set up P-switches, like with an offset, that would allow the spring to fall into the central location without consuming the P-switch. That's an easy thing to do. We just needed to offset it from the center, unlike what we did earlier. Just a slight offset like this. No, not like that, like that. Like that, perhaps. And it will hopefully remain in place for this guy. Good. Perfect. We also have access to that P. That P up top will probably be what we use to activate the on-off switch, although we have two Ps, so we should probably keep one alive. Let's drop one POW here. This POW will be unusable afterwards, for the simple reason that we're not going to be able to come back down to do anything and still be able to go up. So we're going to consume one P like this, and then POWs are going to come up to create a bridge. And then we're going to do a bit of item handling just to get things out of the way. Without nudging them all over the place. We want POW for the bridge, so we don't want a spring to be inconveniently placed like that. And now we're able to put 2 springs underneath the Lester. You might not want to do that right away. 2 springs underneath the Lester will definitely pop it all the way up to the top, and it will block me from going up top. Eventually, I want to be raised up top. And I have access to 2 POWs still. 1 POW is going to be used for the central bridge. 1 POW is going to be used for the Muncher. That still puts me short by 1 object, in fact, unless we don't actually need to walk across the top here, do we? What we need to do is, well, first of all, figure out how I'm going to go up top. I think it's actually fairly simple. You drop the donut block, you use a spring, and yeah, so we're going to be consuming 1 spring, so the second object that goes here will likely not be a spring then, unless we can destroy it somehow. Because what we're going to do is going to create spring plus POW by the donut block. And the reason we do that is because that is what is going to get me upstairs. And we still have a P and a POW to account for, though, after that. Whoops. Yeah, if I can actually do the drop. There we go. It is going to raise me all the way up top, and also I have to take that instantly. No, I can reset this. Because I will want to move some additional objects up there. Probably, yeah, let's move as many objects up there as we can. Get a POW and a P. Because... Nope. Whoops. It's just missing a soft drop. Hang on. Donut block needs to cooperate. Here we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to ride this while holding a second POW. So we have access to as many objects as possible upstairs. Problem. We need to do another series of activations on the belt first. I should have saved the P-switch, because the P-switch allows me to hit the on-off switch on the right side and switch this on. You need to switch it on because eventually what's going to happen is you're going to time the POW based on a shell. Because you're going to be firing the shell from the top left corner to hit the off switch that is all the way on the right side. Yugukaza, thank you for what looks like yet another version of Little P Balloon Walks the Dog. Right, because you said you remade it. Looking forward to that. Okay, so I should have saved the P because I wanted the P to activate the central on-off switch, I think. And then I probably should have... Well, I need to think about that, because if I activate the central on-off switch with a P, it's going to be falling on that cloud location, and it's going to create a problem. No, it's not, because we never need to walk across the clouds ourselves. We just need the shell to travel over it, and having the shell travel over to P is just fine. Okay, great. So, no problem. Let's drop the POW over here. And And yeah, because I was kind of thinking greedily in terms of saving as many items as possible, and was just a little too keen on raising that first P up when I actually needed to throw it from down below. And yeah, Tub and Chub, I do really appreciate the sense of progression in this puzzle. I kind of like how you can compartmentalize the problems a little bit at a time and just think about adjustments as you work with the item budget, where, you know, you're short one thing and you just kind of figure out what adjustment you need to make to work around it. And it's a nice way of putting something like this together. And need one P switch to hit the on-off. At this point, we're ready to do that. Good. And then I want to move the items out until I have a POW to take through with me. Let's just up things as much as possible without getting bumped. There we go. Okay. Save this, drop this. And now we cross to set up this side. We need to hit the on-off switch before we take this. But we'll save a POW here just to designate it for later purposes. We then need the spring to be in this position. We then need to save the P for the on-off activation and use the remaining POW to go upstairs. Question is, can I activate the P at this point before I take the POW upstairs? Yes, I can, and in fact should. I don't think it's going to wreck anything immediately. P creates a platform for the shell to travel. We then place this POW here, such that the next activation, using the shell going through the boo, is going to raise me to the top left corner while holding a POW. Oh, okay, here's a problem. I am short one object. I am short by one object here, which is the POW that I need to slot into the top right. No, I'm not short one object, because when we ride this POW, we're actually able to grab it a second time. I ride the POW up immediately, and then I can grab it while I'm on top. There we go. At this point, I take the POW with me over here. I take the shell, I fire it from this position, I take the POW and I get on top of the platform quickly. I then figure out what to do with the fact that we forgot to save a POW for killing the Muncher. It was probably using the... Yeah, I forgot to do it. Completely forgot about the Muncher. No, we didn't. We just needed to drop while the shell was on the left side, cross over onto this position, and let the shell do its work. Okay, so I thought I was done before, but I actually just needed to cross with good timing. That's literally the only adjustment, so we've solved it. As is the grand tradition on this stream, after I solve the puzzle, we will probably die to execution mistakes for a while. But we'll deal with it. It tends to happen fairly often, and that will be the case. Okay, let's do a bit of item trading here, just to shift the POW into the correct position. One P is going to be the obstruction, the other P is going to be the activation. I am Willie, thank you for Don't Touch the Star, hoping to get to you soon enough. Okay, good. Good positioning there. This will go here. There's no reason to go back down that I can see, so I'll activate. Get this slightly out of the way, in fact. Oh, wait. Okay, the POW needs to be a little further to the left, because, yeah, the POW actually got raised by the seesaw, and then it fell on top of the seesaw, which raised the seesaw too high. So the POW positioning actually does matter. You need it a little further left so it doesn't get trapped by the seesaw itself. So you see what I'm talking about there? On that attempt, that failed because the seesaw picked up the POW. If it picks up the POW, then the seesaw is weighed down on the left side such that it blocks the mushroom, or rather lifts the mushroom too high. So that time was just a problem with positioning the POW far enough to the left. Very easy adjustment to make, we just need to do it. Funked, welcome. Funked, our attempt at your Deserted Yoshi level the other day was a spectacular failure. I found, I think, 2 different major strategies for it, and neither of them bore fruit. So, I will likely go back to that one at that point. I mean, you're no stranger to seeing me take multiple sessions to do yours. And then I remember Gorkowski told me afterwards that he took like 4 hours on it and still needed a hint, which... It's kind of funny because I imagine that on your end the thinking was you saw the description of the contest recommend a limit of half an hour per level and you just said, nope, I'm funked. That's not my brand. And, you know, not there for the prize, just there to deliver a signature puzzle under those constraints. Come on, mushroom. There we go. Took a little bit of work to get it in the right position, but we got it. Okay, spring to the left. How in this position for later usage? Let's let Donut Block come back. And yeah, Funked, I haven't looked at your Stolen Tools puzzle yet, but I suppose I'll need to book some time aside. Let's see here. And I hope Stolen Tools, by the way, is going well for everybody who has submitted to it. I know that that's kind of been a really exciting event for all the one-screen puzzle makers, with so many people piling in their entries. Thanks largely to Carl's presence, I think. Ah, you were traveling for work and didn't have time to give the Deserted Yoshi level a good polish. Yeah, I thought it was definitely interesting to try to work out and to think to myself, okay, what realistically are you going to ask me to do? Okay, let's not die to the execution mistakes here. We have solved this thing already, I just need to walk through it. It will require me to do one... let's remember to place the POW on the belt. Let's not forget that. It is going to require me to do one timing sensitive or execution sensitive thing here, which is just riding the POW on the first bounce so we can catch it on the second bounce. That's the only thing. We then just need to remember that the shell is going to be the thing. Oh, the shell is all the way down there hitting the POW, okay. Wait. Wait, something changed. Why is the shell down there then? Because we had it. Ah, so. And thank you so much, Funked, for the resub. Okay, so this time around, this changed. Because the on-off block activating the POW after you cross isn't intended, but a cool way to do the final step. Yeah, I'll try to map this out first before I read the rest of the hint, because I think I can probably work this out. Oh, the intended way is to have the P-switch underneath the on-off flush with the wall. Okay, so this was just a bit of a reliability thing almost with this P that's underneath. Yeah, because the deflection is supposed to go down through the center, isn't it? Or... yeah, because the deflection, instead of going down to the right, is supposed to go down to the center. Okay, so that was just a little bit of July 2019 jank there. Yeah, just a little bit of inconsistency there in terms of something that I could not have predicted, I think. But that's fine. I hopefully won't have to take too many attempts to get it to set up properly. Yeah, because the thing about the P-switch positioning on the up throw is that because of the presence of the one-way panels there, it's placed in such a way that it feels okay to do it the way I was doing it. Like, if the P-switch is too far over, I guess it would brace the shell and send it to the left if it's riding over, right? Because if the P-switch is flush with wall, then it's... yeah, it's going to affect... I guess last time it affected the deflection. Because if it's a little too far to the left, then it's going to brace the shell and allow it to hit, if I'm not mistaken. Well, we'll figure it out when we get back there. Let's... okay. Yes, the goal is the red pipe. We figured it out, it's just that the last activation didn't go as expected, or it didn't go the same way that it did last time I kicked the shell. Yeah, weird seesaw mechanics blocking the bottom POW from being hit. Right, because the POW is supposed to continue bracing the blaster rather than falling to the left, right? But I also didn't want the POW to get on top of the seesaw. Yeah, because that time I placed the POW further left than I needed in order to prevent the issue with the mushroom coming up that I saw earlier. The POW is actually supposed to continue bracing the blaster, but it's supposed to not get lifted by the seesaw. Because I guess this was designed maybe with the expectation that the POW... let me think about this. Just a moment. Maybe it was designed with the expectation that the POW is going to be like dead center in that location. I'm just thinking about this because of the problem we had earlier. Whoops. Okay, let's try it again. Over here. Well, I mean, we'll switch the P's to bottom afterwards when I have a bit more space to play around with that. Yeah, because it looks like the seesaw positioning matters maybe more than it should. Okay, let's see here. E and POW. POW goes here. Yeah, let's try to keep it dead center this time. I guess I overcompensated for that attempt where I placed it too far to the right, and that was mainly the issue. Now, I guess the other thing this implies is that I do actually have to be quick when it comes to the... what is it? Dropping the POW and crossing up top. No, I don't have to be quick, because if it's hitting the POW at the bottom, it's just going to get rid of the muncher at a time of my convenience. So this setup should work, as long as the shell... Well, I mean, the P is not flush, so maybe that's an issue, but the seesaw was a problem last time. Yeah, the seesaw was 100% of the problem last time, because of the way the POW was lowered to the left side. So I should be okay. Let's drop this. It's a bit of a memo. Okay. Let's just reorder some of this. At this point, we will throw the P, and then move the left side POW inside. And then we do the drop and catch. Then we fire the shell and hope that everything works. Okay, it is going to go back and forth, which is important because it means that we are going to take advantage... Shoot. That was supposed to be a drop. We're going to take advantage of the shell hitting the POW on the way back to the right, which did not happen because I let go of the down button too soon. Let's walk through it again. However, that time the POW positioning here was correct, so... Probably tempted fate a little bit there by pointing out earlier how often we die to execution mistakes after solving the puzzle. Yeah, the curse is that they do suddenly become harder to execute when you know the solution, partly, I think, because you start to rush yourself a bit. And also because you're thinking multiple steps ahead at that point, right? Because you can see what you're supposed to do. And can get into a bit of sloppiness where you forget to sweat the details. No, not because I'm thinking world record. More just because I'm thinking, like, this is the step after the next step. I mean, I think sometimes, you know, with any kind of level, whenever you repeat something that you've solved already, you're kind of eager to get back to the threshold of how far you've traveled so far. Whoops, you see, hang on. We know how to soft drop an object from time to time. Let's pay attention. Hold the down button. You see what I mean? Because not only am I thinking ahead to other solutions, I'm also analyzing the way in which I'm failing at puzzles, and therefore not paying enough attention to my actual physical inputs. Especially with something like the don't touch the ground condition. I'm kind of surprised that hasn't been a failure point yet. Maybe I shouldn't jinx that. You know, where you just slip off a corner or something as you're traveling. Or get bounced up by one of these POWs, that would be unfortunate. Cows can be pretty fussy things sometimes. Okay, let's get this one out of the way. Let's place this guy in advance. Place this guy in advance. There we go. Set this up. And up to row. Okay. Drop and recatch. Oh no. I nudged it. I don't even know how I nudged it. Yeah, it is very easy to make that annoying, and I'm glad that turning to various corners has been clean enough here that accidentally failing that condition has actually been much less of an issue than any of the other things that have been happening. And Mang demonstrating exactly why I rotated that emote into the standard selection now that I actually have space for it. So all of you with subs can enjoy a little bit of bullying. Okay. Yeah, speaking of which, I do have plans to introduce new emotes. We actually do have some coming and possibly some additional slots to fill beyond that. So those of you with the gift subs or your own subs this month can look forward to that. I don't have a timeline for that, but there are definitely things in the works. I'm happy to confirm. Okay, let's see how this up throw goes. It's not even... Oh, I see. The one-way panel is supposed to constrain the throw. That's how you were trying to do it. Like the downward-facing one-way panel was supposed to fix that. And... I just managed to break it anyway. At least the POW and blaster in the bottom left is behaving the way I want it to behave. That's important. Okay. Yeah, I found from the very beginning of Maker 2 that the problem with the don't touch the ground condition has always been that it never feels very tactile, and it's also very difficult to, if you've already failed a condition, test the level to see what else might fail the condition. Because once you've failed it, you've just failed it, right? You can't actually test the interaction in a further meaningful way. That was a bad drop. Okay, come on. Thank you to the patience of those in queue. I'm not intentionally doing this. Despite appearances. Okay, here we go. Sploosh. That's exactly what that was. It's actually kind of surprising that I haven't had more trouble with that timed interaction here. It's the only thing that's sort of very execution sensitive, like managing this donut block, because you do need to drop the donut block early enough that it doesn't interfere with a second bounce. And so, you know, you do have to do that bit pretty cleanly. That's the only thing that you need to do that cleanly, so which is fine. Because in general, the execution requirement for this is not high. It's perfectly gentle. It is a very unique mechanic, and one that I think is often used but rarely used well. Like, there are more things that people can do with it if they really thought about how to design around it better. Right? Like, it's one of those things that's sort of in need of more good ideas to save it. And this one has been pretty good. I think this one has used that condition in ways that are smart and which make the space here feel very dense with activity in this one screen layout. I cannot believe it. We weren't running into that at all earlier, but now I guess it's just my positioning on top of the POW that is killing that. I was being quite careful that time too. But yeah, particularly for something you put together in July 2019, I mean, at that point, you know, people were still getting accustomed to seesaw behavior, and I think a lot of the nuances were not yet really understood. This is actually pretty impressive for an early Mario Maker level. So, pretty happy with it. And also at that point, I think, you know, the way that people would use the don't touch the ground condition was not well settled either. I think it was one of those things that was still in a fairly new and exciting state. Yeah, man, that's a very accurate artistic depiction of getting bullied, as we've been doing. Okay, good. The bottom left is laid out the way I want. Original upload was day 3 of the game. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Tub and Chub, if you were active in Maker 1. We did it again. I've been... Okay, what am I doing differently that's causing that? Am I slipping to the left too early, or am I slipping to the left too late? Because I'm looking at the collision there and thinking about how to prevent that from happening. I think I'm slipping to the left too late. The POW is supposed to go straight down and lower me to the platform. So I'm actually conserving too much momentum going to the left. Yeah, Tub and Chub, I've been saying for a little while that I want to go back to stream some Maker 1, because I was never a streamer during Maker 1, and there's a lot of content back there, including puzzles that I want to do. That was supposed to happen starting in November, but it got severely delayed by the fact that my streaming schedule has been a bit of a mess lately. And so I'm hoping to do that in early 2022. Because I've been telling people for a while now that I want to stream Maker 1, and I want to make that happen soon, so that will hopefully become reality. And yeah, I mean, everybody knows that, like, everybody has levels they're not proud of from that era. We don't want to drop that over there on the belt yet, but let's keep it in this position just as a way of getting it out of the way. So I want to basically stand straight until I have been lowered onto the skull platform. Then I want to nudge myself over. It's a bit tricky, but we'll try to make it happen. There we go. No, except the donut block was dropped too early. Too much time after the donut block was expended. literally solved this like half an hour ago. And we just need to, oddly enough, die to every single kind of imprecision except the clear condition. Going to find absolutely everything in this level that leads to workplace accidents. Okay, there we go. Come on. So yeah, you need to be fairly quick about dropping as soon as the donut block has been used. I had a little bit of setup lag last time because I was being so cautious about the way that it was going to be raised. Also notice that the P-switch that was in the top right corner is again slightly offset. So we should be prepared for the possibility that this shell deflection onto the on-off switch is what's going to happen. I also talked for too long, and we not only deflected the POW, but the donut block came back. I've got to fix this. Yeah, exam season is definitely something that takes its toll this time of year, I think, when it comes to a lot of the maker audience. So hopefully you've weathered that just fine. Okay. Definitely getting a bit impatient now. Let's fix this up. So thank you to the patience of people in queue. I did say explicitly today I did not want to spend like an hour a level like I've been doing some weeks, but this one, obviously, it's just been delayed by the fact that I solved it a while ago and just want to get things to line up properly. Come on. Okay, that was a close call there. Got everything figured out. It's just that most things that can go wrong have been going wrong. And you definitely can't blame the level for a lot of that, especially with the POW drops that were throws instead of drops. Look at this cute little one up there, urging you to stand on top of a POW as it bounces you up. Actually, no, because the because the one-up would bounce before the POWs were lowered. That's right. Okay, let's go over here. Wenjor42, welcome. Thank you for Link lost his jump. Like how Mario lost his jump over here. Okay, let's not forget to place the first POW on the belt. That's very important. I think I actually did forget on certain attempts. So anyway, let's not talk during this bit here because I need to be very quick. Donut block, get on the POW, stay on the POW, grab the POW. Take two. It's funny because I wasn't making that mistake at all earlier, and now it's the thing that we're failing to pretty much every time. And I know exactly what I need to do to fix it, but I was doing it so easily at first, and I think that made me very complacent, where you just don't identify that as a problem area, right? And You know, so you just go back in there and do it automatically without thinking about it, since it should not be a problem. And it was in fact a very clear interaction that I saw right away. But yeah, I just need to stay dead center on top of the POW as it goes up. It's more that, like, now execution-wise, I think I'm kind of worrying about the donut block and the POW at the same time, and when I take care of one, I just kind of lose focus on the other. Yeah. Okay. You know, if I used the first POW to block this such that the second POW comes down cleanly... No, I can't, because by that point it's already on the belt, so never mind. Yeah, I just need to stand right here. Okay. Okay, that time I had let go of the controls. I think I still had too much momentum, though, and so even though I let go, I was still sailing too far to the left. Come on. Let's do this. The original version was stressful and there was no donut block. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just a result of the compactness of this, I think. Like, I can see that over there in that corner, you're just very crunched for space. And yeah, Electrodude. That's exactly what the mood is here. And yes, Tub and Chub is indeed Electrodude. Imagine that. Actually, one of our most regular long-time viewers from the earliest days of the stream. Okay. Let's see. We'll go over here, we'll drop this. Reposition a bit. You do need to reposition after dropping the donut. I think that's the thing that throws me off a bit. Is that once you activate a donut block, you can't just drop from that standing position, right? Like, you actually do need to back up a little. And so there is a little bit of a delay after you deal with the donut. I wonder if there would have been a more graceful way to handle it, but I can't really think of an alternative. At least not with the kind of compactness that you're working with here. Let's not forget the belt. We nearly forgot the belt. That was defeat snatched from the jaws of victory. I was holding down the grab button, for the record. I was absolutely holding it down. I was just not colliding with the POW in the correct position. Come on. Come on. We solved this so long ago. What was the closest attempt? The earliest close attempt was when the POW activated under my feet because I was unsure about whether we were short by one POW. It's been a long time since then. And yeah, Electrodude, I recognize the title Imperishable Knight from some level you sent me. Don't know if it was one of yours or one of the other Touhou levels, like the one by Kina. Okay, let's see here. But it's been a while, so... Okay, drop this. Come on. Let's go. Yes, this is the correct sequence. Next thing is the belt. And then next thing is the POW drop from hell. Donut block first. No, donut block first. We'll be very careful here. Now we see how the shell deflection is going to behave. We're going to watch it very closely. If it hits the POW on the bottom, great. If it bounces back and forth up top, then we need to be careful about the platform that we construct on the top right side. Let's go. It is going to deflect back and forth. Very important, then, that we cross and not hit the muncher on the mouth. Thank you for that, Tub and Chub. And once again, thank you especially to the people who are coming very soon in queue, because I know that must have been excruciating. 1 minute 31 record. We're not competing with that. Not today. Nintenium. And yeah, thank you once again for that, Tub. I do like to run a dedicated puzzle stream from time to time as well, and so we'll try to fit you into that rotation when I can. Nintenium's going to give me X4R 5EK, and fair warning, Nintenium, like I said, I was trying my best not to spend an hour per level. That was a bit of a unique case because I solved it so long ago, but we will see how we do. It's going to be light precision with some platforming. 1 checkpoint, sharpened snow. And hopefully the stream performance is okay. I do see that we had some, maybe some spikes on the network earlier. I do need to curve that jump to go down below and then get back up on the top platform. Yeah, it's going to be kind of looping around the left side there as we hit that icicle. The icicle by the piranha. Okay, that's fairly gentle. Assume we do need to hit, but I need to hit and land immediately, as I should have foreseen. It's fairly readable, in fact. Whoops. And yeah, Tub and Chub, we definitely see a lot of recurring names when it comes to speed records on one-screen puzzles. There are a few people who seem to specialize in trying to break them like that. That was too late, obviously. B-Minutes, welcome. B-Minutes, what sonnet are you on now, pray tell? Also, nice animated emote there. Oops, that's a crouch. Do I need a snowball off this guy? I don't know if I do. Yes, I do, because it's left. Oh, no, you needed a POW. Okay. I needed to POW... How? I would have had to jump on top of the falling icicle, right, to do that? Let's see. So strange to actually platform again after being on a no-jump level for so long. All in. It probably is time to be really smooth on the first cycle, but we're still going to make a mess out of it. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I don't know why I'm overshooting that. I'm probably not compensating for some kind of... It won't be slipperiness in a day theme so much, but definitely doing something wrong momentum-wise here, right here. Probably just because I'm not getting off to much of a running start. We need to snow pokey, we need to hit the on-off switch, and then I need to grab the POW off the brick. That's fine. Perfectly fine. And I need to hold jump into that throw. That's just the easiest thing. We can do it. 8 minutes, you are on 125. Wow. Through most of the cycle already. And yeah, B-Minutes, hope you've been enjoying that. I think I saw you were streaming Smash earlier, as you often do on this day. So hopefully that's been going well as well, now that the game is content complete. I actually haven't gone back to Smash in the last few patches. I told myself I'd go back once the final patch was in and just learn all the new stuff at once, but I have not had time to even look at it. Yeah, I haven't played Smash in so long, in fact, that I haven't really even done a home run contest yet, despite the fact that I was always really keen on having home run contest eventually patched in, because it was one of my favorite things to do in the previous games. Oops. Yeah, I'm not a strong Smash player at all. Like, every time one comes out, I am excited about practicing it for a little while, and then I just kind of fall off when I realize I'm not going to be able to put in the time to really keep up with it. But I always enjoyed some of the stuff like Home Run Contest on the side. And found that otherwise the single-player content in Ultimate was actually quite robust. I very much enjoyed the Spirit fights and World of Light and so on. Sora is honestly fun to play, that's good to know. I've actually never played a Kingdom Hearts game, so what I know about Sora is extremely limited when it comes to the actual flavor of the character, but it's kind of nice to know that he plays well. Anyway, this is easy stuff, especially by Nintendo standards. I just need to get some of this rust out of my system. These are not difficult jumps at all. Just going a bit early now. People want you to play it on stream. Yeah, didn't you just get through a big JRPG? You got through Final Fantasy VII, I know. But when you have a regular rotation of other games, I think it's sometimes difficult to find room in a streaming schedule for really committing to getting through a lengthier adventure. I don't know if the Kingdom Hearts games are that long necessarily, but they're JRPGs, so I assume they are. And you just started Paper Mario. Oh, okay. Is it the N64 Paper Mario? Which I understand was just patched into the premium Switch Online. I actually played N64 Paper Mario for the first time back in the Wii era on the Wii Virtual Console. And by that point, I was already familiar with Thousand Year Door. So it was kind of interesting to go back and see what kind of fundamentals were already in place. Yeah, there is something overlapping on that snowball. It is going to be a pickup on top of what looks like a mole. Hang on. Let's not die to this guy. Yeah, Thousand Year Door is a phenomenal game. I don't feel like I'm overselling it by saying it is a phenomenal game, and yeah, like B-Minus, I don't know how familiar you are with Hollow Knight, but you'll have noticed even with the N64 Paper Mario that that was actually clearly the biggest inspiration for the charm system in Hollow Knight when it comes to how to design like a configurable collectible. And the badge system becomes really refined in Thousand Year Door and makes for some very flexible playthroughs. I think doing like a run where you never upgrade HP was some of the most fun I've ever had, like in terms of doing a custom run through Thousand Year Door. It's not possible to do it in N64, and I know it because I tried. And the reason is because, and this doesn't spoil anything, the N64 game actually does have a much lower cap on how you can distribute your points to various categories. So you can't just go 100% badge points or anything like that. Whoops, wrong way. And it even has the pig squeal for that. I love that. That's a nice touch. I guess it's supposed to deflect left and right, though, so... B-Minus, you're going to request the same thing you performed earlier, just for comparison? Sure, let's do that. Well, we make such a hash of this level. Yeah, Thousand Year Door is one of those games that is the best in spite of how popular it is to say that it's the best. Like, for once, the common opinion is actually correct. Which is not true of most things. But with Thousand Year Door, it really is as good as people say it is. Here's a sonnet number 125. I started over to checkpoint. Yeah, Nintentium, thank you for pointing that out. Which makes this sonnet particularly appropriate. Number 125. Were't aught to me I bore the canopy, with my extern the outward honouring, or laid great bases for eternity, which proves more short than waste or ruining. Have I not seen dwellers on form and favour lose all and more, by paying too much rent, for compound sweet foregoing simple savour, pitiful thrivers in their gazing spent? No, let me be obsequious in thy heart, and take thou my oblation, poor but free, which is not mixed with seconds, knows no art, but mutual render only me for thee. Hence, thou suborned informer, a true soul, when most impeached, stands least in thy control. And thank you for that request, B-Minutes. I'll have to go back and look at your interpretation later myself, just as a way of completing the circuit. Speaking of completing the circuit, let's start over before the checkpoint and redo this quickly. That's okay, this is not difficult to recover. This was not a hard level. I made mistakes that are avoidable and feel completely within my control. You see? It'll even reduce our time to something respectable. Actually, no, it won't change our time whatsoever, because it's before checkpoint. Too soon. Too soon. Oh, B-Minutes, are you still in the middle of running Dread? Or is this still your first run through Dread, or is So I'm trying to remember. I know you were starting it, but I didn't know how far along you were. So. Yeah, Dread... I mean, I'm not going to spoil anything about it. It is a real treat on the first play, I think. I did not expect Metroid Dread to turn out as well as it did, but... I'm eager to go back for hard mode at some point. I don't know if I'll stream that, because I might just not be able to fit it in, but... I definitely don't feel finished with that game. Okay, here we go. I was about to say, see, we know how to play this game sometimes, but anyway, we need to lower the icicle on top of the key door, and then we're out of there. Okay, losing too much momentum on the icicle. When I jump on top of it, I do need that left to right movement to get myself to slide. You got the ice missiles last, I see. Well, I mean, I do not want to say how much is left or... whatever. I mean, the sequence goes pretty quickly at that point anyway when it comes to power progression, as you've noticed already, I'm sure. Okay, let's not start over. Yeah, Mail64, when I play Metroid games, I usually try to go for 100% on my first run. With the oldest ones, it's not really that possible unguided. Or at least back when I played them for the first time, I didn't really get past, say, 90-ish%. But ever since, I want to say Prime 3, the in-game tracking mechanisms have been assistive enough that doing 100% by yourself on the first play I've found has been very approachable in every game since. Which has not been that many games. It's really just Prime 3, other M, 301s were endless, Samus Returns, and Dread. Like, I found 100% to be really easy to figure out with your own resources. Sharpened Snow. Thank you, Nintentium. Glad to get a clear in decent time on one of your levels for a change after smacking my head against so many of them recently. For all the wrong reasons. And thank you for the GGs. That was a win, and we'll go to next. Astroy, if you're still here, please check in. Looking forward to the boss battle that was promised. We'll just give Astroy a moment here. I do see you still hanging around, so if Astroy doesn't check in, we'll just do a bump back one spot. But let's take a look at the list. Yeah, I see Astroy listed as online, but if we don't get a check-in in a moment, we will just swap the order slightly and do Meng first. Yeah, Mill, Zero Mission was before Prime 3, though. Zero Mission is tricky. Even revisiting it recently for the first time in many years, I found that in the case of Zero Mission, you know, some of the advanced Shine Spark mechanics are things that are difficult to figure out if you don't have some kind of external aid, which I try not to rely on. And yeah, the thing I think that is the obstacle to 100% in Dread, I think pretty much everybody would have had the most trouble with things involving Shine Spark, so. And Oh yeah, Space Bunny we're doing in trilogy order, so we'll save that. Interstellar travel, circular catapults. Let's do circular catapults unless there's a reason not to. And Happy, thank you for a bullet heck. We can do circular catapults, Meng, unless there is something more Christmas themed that you would like to suggest. Sub 1% clear rate, but Meng levels I think are sometimes lowered by some of the requirement for adapting to the mechanics. So let's use the power of rotation to launch yourself across great distances. From June 2020. Oh yeah, circular catapults. So let's maybe ride this from the platform. Yeah, that's going to be it. That is absolutely going to be it. And then you need to not miss that. That was supposed to be timed in a way that would make that go perfectly, I'm sure. But now we need to actually time it. No, we can do the reset, because the reset will give me the spring timing, and it'll go perfectly from there. And RX7 Man, thank you for coming in with the raid. Let me give you a quick shout out. Also, I realized that my alert sounds are not working, are they? They should be working now. So unfortunately we missed the raid sound just now, but it should be working from this point. RX7 Man, I hope you're doing okay. Lars seen playing Farming Simulator 22. Okay. I've actually never played that famously German simulator series. But I hope you've been enjoying that, and I don't know if you've been a long-time player of the series or something, for which the updates in 22 would matter. I missed a skull, we just need to go back and do it. Yeah, no, my sound alerts here were just because I forgot to patch in that volume track, or that audio track rather, when I started to stream. I was doing some technical testing earlier on that might have messed with that. Okay, that's going to be a timed interaction here. You jump on wigglers, you get on top of the track with good timing, and then you get catapulted forward. And yeah, you do need all the speed you can from the bounces as well as the ice here, I guess. Spirit Wolf bringing in a lot of good holiday cheer with you tonight, as well as lots of emotes and a pretty nice gang from RX7 Man's Farming Simulator stream, as always. Oh, you weren't playing Farming Simulator, you had the cow camera live feed on it at the end of the stream. Okay, so close enough. So it was a Farming Simulator simulator. That's what you were doing. You were simulating the experience of playing Farming Simulator. Very, very meta. Okay, hit the skull, get down here. Let's do this. Nope. I know when it's not going to go. And there we go. Now, I just needed to loop around that saw a little more gracefully, but that's pretty self-explanatory. And yeah, I knew I was going to slip a little bit on that attempt. Pretty interesting feature on your stream to have a cow camera live feed. That's not something you see every day on Twitch. Okay. Okay, good. This is going to be a slide. The slide is going to activate a skull. And then we need to ride that out fully. It is a Mang bounce. We know that when we hit a Mang bounce, we should be holding right. And RX-7 man, you're pointing out the arrows. Let's see if I can actually see that. Yeah, the arrows just give you a bit of visual clarity when it comes to when you want to be backing up. Okay, that was just poor timing. I pulled back a little bit there. But we got pretty far in that previous attempt in terms of making some additional forward progress. Also, yeah, why did I get off that first platform? You can just ride it. It's the tutorial platform. It's not going to be that tricky. We could have just stayed on top of it the whole time, instead of going back to run some more. Oh, oops. I'm missing this one now, oddly enough. Okay. There we go. I feel like I should have just gone as fast as possible there, because Mang levels do tend to be timed to reward going on first cycle, so... But instead, we'll do it this way, and that's going to be clean enough. And I needed to fall a little bit faster there. I probably just needed to fall directly, not jump, but just hold left to go around the saw. But that's okay. As we repeat this level, we'll find more consistent methods of doing everything we've been doing. Okay, missed that. Let it go around the bend up top first. Nope, a little too early. So around the top right corner is perhaps the timing that we'll be going for when it comes to getting aboard the Wiggler. Okay, rounding that corner. Perfect. Very smooth. Oh no, jump too high. Once again, I want to do at most a short hop. Probably just need to fall, in fact. And yeah, I see what you're saying now about the arrow in that location. Well, I guess the arrow was just the initial whoops interaction there. I guess I also don't need to... No, I do need to wrap around. The one-way panel down below strongly suggests that I want as much rightward momentum as I can coming off this Wiggler bounce. So I do want to get onto Skull, but then loop around the bottom instead of going up directly. Okay. There we go. I nearly missed that, but made it. And made this. Nope. Maybe I just needed a higher bounce off the Wigglers to get a bit more airtime there, but something went wrong and I'll have to fix it. Nope, didn't get on top of the Skull platform before we jumped that time. That's, once again, an easy repair. Oh, whoops. Poor reflexes there. Missing a fairly easy jump. Okay. Let's go over here. Loop around to the right. And I missed a jump once again. Yeah, very easy to fall off these skulls when they are traveling along a diagonal. That's something that's always been a source of much trouble and much death when it comes to Mario Maker. You have to watch out on the diagonals in general. Whoa. I knew I missed that time. I was trying to pull back to save myself, but didn't quite go as well as I would have liked. Okay, let's do this. Rounding the bend. Okay, good. Nope, I do need to jump when the skull is going up. I did try to, but I wasn't hugging the wall, I guess, and just need to spam jump at that point if I'm winding up a bit too low. Yeah, a really great sense of speed, as is often the case with these Mang momentum levels. Alright, back we go. Miss. And back we go. Yeah, it didn't even cross over the skull that time. So just need to be more attentive to when we actually make contact with the platform. Yeah, sometimes that'll be a miss. I can see why you have a fairly gentle reset door there, because maybe that is just a bit of unintended inconsistency, depending on how you manage that. It's one of the few locations like that with a reset to account for some possible issues. Also, because the reset prevents a soft lock or an SD lock, I suppose, given that you do need to start in that upper location to get everything to line up properly. As we found out on a very early attempt. Okay. Okay, I was holding right into that jump that time. I think maybe I didn't do that quite right in terms of what I intended to. I might have been holding right too early into the spring bounce, in fact, such that I just didn't get a good bounce off jumping into that column. That part is nonsense. Okay, good to know. RX-7 Mang, this is a level from June 2020, so yeah, it's been around a while. It is early Mang. The dawn of Mang. Well, not quite. I mean, it's nearly a year after the original game, but... Mang set is actually just a little before the 4YMM set. And because 4YMM would have been released in the end of June 2020. Thank you for the follow. Whoops, up my head. And also for the submission to the queue, I hope to get to it relatively soon, or, well, we'll see how it goes. Okay. Just gonna loop around. Let's let it go around. Find the pocket of timing that I'm looking for. Sail right over. Nope, I just missed the spring completely. Wow. Pretty early, you're 101th level, 101st level. Yeah, because I guess this was at the point at which you would have had to start deleting, perhaps. I know that you delete a lot of old levels even before 4YMM happened. Before Mang had the benefit of a second account. Okay, there we go. Very smooth. There we are. And nope. I guess I needed to maintain momentum there somehow with a bit of an additional push off that platform. I may have jumped too early off of that. Oh, we actually made it here for once. Okay, not enough speed up top. Let's do this again. No. And GN, thank you for the submission as well. GN World 5F. Mark 7 man, you were thinking of removing the 2 columns by the reset door. Let me take a look at that. Now the timing is pretty consistently tuned there. It's not so much of an issue, I don't think. But yeah, it's going pretty smoothly now, as you can see. I think I wasn't quite holding my jumps there. I felt like I was landing a bit low on many of those occasions. You can skip the door completely, of course, if you're actually playing well, which I'm not. Okay, let's salvage this a bit. Whoa. Oh, I was still in the sliding state going into the Wiggler. That was unexpected. I thought I had let go, but apparently not. Might have been an accidental diagonal input, depending on how I was holding my controller. Whoops. Yeah, the Wiggler just chilling there and being so generously cooperative as a platform for me to jump on, and of course I just have to slide into its head and give it a very bad day. Not a great fall there. So we are at about the 2-hour mark on the stream, which means that after this level I am likely closing the queue. So for anybody who may wish to submit, I'm not closing it just yet. We'll probably be doing so as we switch to the next level after this one. But I do consider the next little while to be last call. I am hoping to run fairly long today, though, so we'll take our time with the levels if people are able to stay. No. Yeah, there's something I'm doing with my adjustment there that isn't quite right. Okay. That wasn't quite it either. Okay, that's going well. I think the thing that's going wrong there, I don't know if it's just a timing issue or a holding the jump button issue, but there's something that's making the jumps there go lower than I expect. Like, I'm expecting higher jumps than what I'm actually getting, and it may just be that I'm a little bit twitchy about repressing jump, since you do need to do multiple bounces there to get that to function properly. There we go, and that's not quite it, but getting there. Yeah, we're usually a lot cleaner about the bang bounces off the sideways springs. But I think it's the fact that I'm sort of jumping off this skull platform under time pressure where... Oh, I didn't even need to start over that time, okay. But... something isn't going as well as I would like in that location. I need to rightward momentum from the skulls. Yeah, I was thinking that. I'm probably jumping too early off of the skulls then because I don't want to drop off the wall. If I'm pressing against the wall, I should have the rightward momentum from the skulls, though. If I understand that correctly. Nope. Miss. And that's the issue with the second jump after that as well, that I was probably pulling back a bit against the one-way panel in the next skull after the huge gap. And that was cutting too much momentum for what I needed to do. Okay. Yeah, I feel like my jump timing there is still not quite right. So we'll need to do some adjustments there. For sure. That was avoidable. Could have gone much, much better. Alright, down we go. Whoops, just slipped. I was trying to jump off the skulls in that area, but I think I just landed on them too late. So I was slipping against a wall the whole time and didn't really get a jump down successfully. Alright, here we go. Nope. I knew I was going to be a bit late there. I could see that being a failure even though I was in midair and still traveling. Yeah, I guess when you go directly on the ice like that, that's not quite the right pattern. Oh, that's not quite right either, so it's probably just something to do with my turnaround at the lower spring, in fact, where I'm introducing some issues with my speed. So that's why I'm glad I'm seeing a reset in that location. It's functional, I'm able to pull back and retry, but it is one location where I wouldn't have wanted to die to that repeatedly without understanding why or what I could do about it. So, nice to have a reset there. Okay, momentum. There we go. And that was right for once, except I got off the skull too early. It has to be carrying me to the right at that point. Luca! Welcome. And yeah, Spirit, well, a lot of things are a bit late about this stream in general. Nope. Once again, probably too high bounce off the Wigglers, in fact, where I just am not giving myself enough room to jump off the skulls. So that part has been tricky. Whoa, okay. Too early, I suppose. Okay, here we go. Not quite. And yeah, Spirit Wolf, we don't mind at all. Luca, my schedule has been extremely inconsistent lately anyway, so no worries about forgetting. I was originally going to be on yesterday, but we had some technical issues. I wanted to show off a new game yesterday, actually, instead of viewer levels, but I had some computer issues right before I was going to get on. So there's this new game that released, or rather went into open beta yesterday. It's called Babel Royale. And it's kind of like a crossword style game like Scrabble, except it's also a battle royale where you're trying to be the last person standing and you use your words to defeat other players while the hot zone closes in around you, right? And it's basically a perfect game for this stream, except we just had some technical issues yesterday and I couldn't run it. I'm hoping to get that fixed up because I really want to show it off. Arc 7 Man, I don't play Words with Friends, I just play Scrabble. The thing about Words with Friends is that it originally started as a knockoff Scrabble app that was sued into oblivion called Scrabulous, that was on Facebook about a decade ago. And they basically had to turn it to Words with Friends as part of the result of the copyright issue when Scrabulous was taken down. The issue with that was that in order to do so, they had to change the layout of the board in terms of the bonus squares and such, and change a couple of other different things in a way that was totally imbalanced, and doesn't actually make for a game that is as competitively robust as Scrabble. For a number of reasons that, like, if you're a casual player, you're not going to notice, but, like, if you're a serious Scrabble player, a lot of the stuff that was done in the original board layout, even back in the 1930s when the game was invented, when it comes to spacing and letter distribution and so on, like, there are a lot of nuances to it that make for a really fun game when it comes to having this pattern of risk and reward, right? And Words with Friends doesn't really have that, and isn't able to sustain a competitive scene despite its huge player base, because its design was never done with that kind of balancing in mind. Its design was done pretty much purely with the intent of avoiding lawsuits, right? So that's my long-winded answer to why, no, I don't play Words with Friends. Not judging people who do, of course, but there's a reason it doesn't really appeal to competitive board game players. Whoops. Yeah, once you get into a rut in Words with Friends, it's really hard to get out of. Yeah, it's kind of a result of how things like the bonus square layout box you in. Not that I ever played it that much. I am kind of judging it without having had as much experience with it as I have with Scrabble, but there's a reason why people from a Scrabble background got turned off by it quickly. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, much better that time. There we go. Oh, lost a little bit of momentum on that slide there. We were right near the end. You can see the goal screen right ahead. I think we can do this fairly soon. Yeah, I slipped a bit and lost some speed when I was getting off that platform onto the final skull track. I don't know why. And I'll have to figure out why, but I definitely felt myself slow down in the middle of getting onto that skull. And it might have been something to do with the overlap with the blue platform at that point. Like, I probably didn't have good timing transferring platforms. Nope. I need to adjust that series of jumps a bit, because I feel like my spacing there isn't quite right either when it comes to staying alive along that wall. That is the most difficult part of the level we've seen so far, for sure. Getting into that spring. I'm jumping too early. I'm clearly jumping too early, when the skull isn't moving right just yet. I jumped right as the skull was going down. That would make a lot of sense, because that's when it wiggles and drops off. And RX-7, man, you've been playing it for years now, okay. Yeah, it's interesting that it is so active, because the thing is, even as a serious Scrabble player, like one of the things that you'll hear from people who have been playing the game for a long time is that in some ways the brand is kind of deeply mismanaged, and it is itself the result of a major intellectual property entanglement, shall we say, which leads to a lot of the problems. Where, you know, it could have had this really great player base if the whole way in which the litigation with Scrabulous that wound up with producing Words with Friends didn't go the way it did. And because, you know, Words with Friends, you have to give them a lot of credit for capitalizing on the opportunity to just snatch that huge online player base, because the Scrabble IP holders were kind of dropping the ball. And I mean, there's a lot of other kind of history there with the support or lack thereof for the tournament scene that, you know, we can get into at some other point. But yeah, I'm glad, though, that the situation for playing Scrabble online has improved substantially, even just in the last year and a half, mostly with the introduction of the new Woogles platform, which was badly needed for a long time, like a new modern platform for online play that would be free to use and easy, and also not sued into oblivion. Like, we needed one for ages and ages, and we finally got one last year. That's the platform that I use when I stream here. Although I haven't streamed Scrabble in quite a few weeks now. I do want to get back to it, if I don't get too preoccupied with Babel Royale. So, Mail64, Scrabble, when it comes to the online rights, recently changed hands. It used to be an EA app that was integrated with Facebook. And I think I can detect your heart sinking as soon as I said the words EA app, because, well, it was managed by EA, and the thing about EA is that they make a business practice of just buying up the rights to everything and coasting on that without actually, you know, doing things for the software. The rights to Scrabble recently went to a new company called Scopely, which has been making... Its primary business is an app called Scrabble Go, which isn't exactly like Scrabble, but it also has, I think, a standard Scrabble mode to it. That's not the platform I'm talking about. The platform I'm talking about, I will link to it right now, actually. It's a platform called Woogles that was developed by competitive Scrabble players to be a completely free experience, like no membership, no paywall, no ads, no nothing. It's just purely a word game platform. Kind of like Lichess. It was explicitly based on Lichess, and for those of you in chess who know it. And one of the Lichess developers also consults on it, I think. And the thing about Woogles is that by not calling itself Scrabble and by not calling anything there explicitly Scrabble, they, try to step carefully around the copyright traps. And so the license holders for Scrabble have been perfectly fine with Woogles being used as the major platform for things like various World Championship events. And, other things that do have the Scrabble brand. Like online tournaments during the pandemic were almost exclusively hosted there. It was just a very well-made piece of software. And so when I stream Scrabble on this platform, Woogles is where I play. So that's separate from the sort of officially branded app, which is Scrabble Go by Scopely. And they kind of have a friendly mutual understanding. Like there is some overlap between, the people on Woogles and the people on Scrabble Go, and there's a peaceful arrangement at the moment. So the state of online play, as I was saying, for Scrabble is much, much better than it used to be. Mail64, Woogles does have the French dictionary, I think, if that's specifically what you're asking about. It does have a couple of different dictionaries. I know it has German and Polish and some other things. Like, it has a couple of different modes, and they're building in more as they go. I don't know if it supports the French tile values when you play with the French dictionary, because I know that for French Scrabble, that's, if I recall correctly, the point values are actually different because the letter distribution is different for, letters like the K and the W and so on. So I don't know if it supports that, because I haven't tried that myself. It's too early. Yeah, the repartition in the values is what's important. And yeah, Meng, it's, as you were saying, it's always great to have a website that isn't annoying to use. And that's pretty much my feeling about Lichess. My positive feeling about Lichess is that it's literally the best website on the internet, and that's why it was a good move for the Woogles developers to use that as a model. And yeah, Mill, I'm well aware of that. That's why the W in the French set is 10 points, if I recall. And you have slightly more relaxed values for things like the Q and the J. Super Biva, welcome. And thank you, Super Biva, for the submission. I will likely be closing the queue in just a few moments. I said I would do it at the end of this level, and we have been very close to finishing this one. But in order to get through the rest, I will definitely need to close up in a few moments. So this will be last call. I will close probably after the next 1 or 2 attempts. And we'll end the stream with Super Biva if you manage to stay on that long. Okay, that was better. I do need to leave the top jump a little later than I've been doing, so. And yeah, Super Biva, I hope I am able to stay long enough to get through the whole queue. I do try to keep that promise whenever I can. I mean, it's not really a promise, it's more of a convention, but I try to maintain the convention. And yeah, Spirit Wolf, that one attempt was something that went very, very well. Just except for that skull at the very end. Oh wow, that was actually correct. Whoa. There we go. I did not expect that yellow pipe. I was expecting to jump. And so... I guess there's more. I was expecting to make a jump there. I saw the curtain at the end. Okay, Mang, if we hit the yellow pipe and it is a checkpoint with a whole other segment, I will continue this on a different stream. Or I'll continue it at the end if you're still around. But likely I will continue it on a makeup stream. But like I said, I'm going to close the queue at this point. And I'll update the stream title to reflect that. We'll try to get back to the yellow pipe just to see what's there. That's the point where you got the boo from Supernova, but the pipe wasn't even naked. Oh, Happy, sorry about that, Happy. Happy, you're already in the queue. So you're actually perfectly fine. You're already in the queue. If you want to replace what you are doing, yeah, you can use the replace command if it works. It doesn't always work. Or if I get to you, you can just tell me the new code and we'll do it. We'll do it manually. You can keep your place in the queue. There's no need to rejoin. Yeah, I try to be fairly relaxed about how we run things here too. Make sure things get played. That the right levels get played. The codes the makers actually want to see. Finally, nope. Again, probably too soon. I do need the skulls to be moving along the diagonal to press towards the right. Okay. That was a close call with that saw blade there. Nearly hit that. Mail64 replace works some of the time. Recently, it has been bugging out like crazy, and so I would not trust that if I were you. I mean, you can try it, but it has been bugging out a lot. For probably the last month or so. And I don't know what's been going on with it. Because it has worked a few times, but... Oddly enough, on the back end here, when I'm managing things with Warp World, like setting up the custom strings and such for controlling what the bot says to you, the one command I can't configure is a replace. And so I think that was just a design oversight by them that I should point out at some point. But yeah, Mail, I don't know if you were aware of what we were talking about last week with the big sort of public web data dump of a lot of the metadata, I suppose, surrounding Mario Maker levels, such as, you know, the number of boos, the number of unique plays, a lot of other information that was previously hidden. But now that a lot of that is web accessible, if it's actually something that is updated with information about new levels, you know, updated from live, I feel like it has the potential to really improve the bookmark infrastructure that's available in this game. I forgot about this thing here. So you just need to do a short bounce onto the skull, right? Yeah, because that skull totally baits you into a jump, especially because you know how close you are to the curtain at the end. And so you just need to do a short bounce off the Wiggler and you should be fine. Okay, that's going a lot better. Nope. Not enough of a slide off the ice there. You think it's routed through a modded switch by a web server? Okay, I see. Yeah, Nugukaza, I hadn't looked into the implementation details of how that was actually put together. Man, you say it's what they call a hilarious troll into business. It's funnier if you read your message as referring to the modded switch in the web server that Nugukaza was talking about. Okay. Hey, that's behaving a lot better. Nope, losing momentum on a skull once again. Didn't I say I was not going to spend this long per level? That's okay, we'll get through the pipe and I will likely end there if it looks like there's a lot more. And we'll go back and redo it, this early segment next time. I feel like it works reliably enough that now that I know how most things here work, I am able to redo this segment if I do have to reset past a checkpoint. Happy, the current level you have is a beta. Okay, I see. And the one you updated made harder is version 1.0. Let's look at the level instead of reading chat. And yeah, Arc7 Man, you're absolutely correct that on the skulls, I do need a rightward momentum of them being higher up on the curve, and I am going too early. And I do see that that's the issue that I'm supposed to fix. And for a few attempts, it looks like we had fixed it, but we'll see. And yeah, Happy, by the time we get to you, I'm sure the appropriate clear check that you want will be in. Anyway, in any case, when I get to you, just let me know which code you want, and we'll do it. No. Okay, here we are. Whoops. Okay, we should not die to the easy stuff. This can be fixed. And should be fixed. Oops. Okay, just need to remember to short bounce at the end. Yeah, jumping too soon again. In that location. Now let's check this. Whoops. I don't know why I'm failing on this part all of a sudden. Okay. Went well for once. Oh, nope. Too soon. Yeah, you need to react fairly quickly to the positioning of the blue skulls, of course. Or, for that matter, to whether they have carried you successfully. Now let's get over here. Okay. Didn't like my timing there. Yeah, I landed a little too far on the ice, and I also stopped too much on the ice. That was the issue I needed to fix. Okay. This is going smoothly, at least. Whoa, just didn't manage to hit the jump that time. Well, getting slightly better at this with practice. Okay. Yeah, just didn't get the bump. It's definitely the most difficult trick in the level, as we've demonstrated the hard way many times. Nope. Well, we had corrected it earlier. Should be able to do it again. Whoa, okay. Nope. And Super Beaver, you don't think you're going to make it? That's fine. We'll hopefully catch you another time, so... Thank you for dropping by anyway, and we'll hopefully see your level soon. You have a good day. So I skidded right off that time, because you don't actually bounce on the wigglers at all, in fact. You just collide with the skull instead, and so you don't want to keep running right because you run right off the skull. There is no bounce, because the skulls take priority over the wiggler. And that's really important to know. So you actually want to cut momentum at that point. Now let's see what's awaiting us on this side. It is a checkpoint. I'll make maybe 1 or 2 good attempts at this, and we'll see. It doesn't look too bad, actually. Let's redo it. And we'll see how this goes. It's a pretty big vertical section. I didn't actually see how to make that jump there, so let's see. Yeah, this section is easier. We'll see what we can do with it. Whoa, close one there. Yeah, I see I need to jump off of that right away and go to the note block on the left, probably. And then it's going to be a circular catapult up. I probably needed to do that instantly. And yeah, RX-7 Man, I absolutely know Dario Man live. And I raid him very often, so if it's his streamiversary, he's likely going to be our target today. But yeah, Dario Man sees me around all the time. And we're very supportive of his stream, so... congratulations to him. Interesting right arrow over there. So, Meng, like I said, I do want to get on with the queue. I know we're past checkpoint, but I think we can get back to it. And we'll see. If we have a lot of dropouts, maybe I'll go back to it at the end of the stream. But we'll put a priority on getting through the queue first. So thank you for that, Meng. We'll do a second check for Astroy. But I think Asteroid dropped much earlier, so we'll just do a second check here and then move on with whoever is... technically we should go sub next, but let's see. I think Jerp dropped anyway, so we'll go sub next anyway to pull up Nugukaza. So the queue is probably shorter than it looks, just from dropouts. Or, oops. We'll do a check for Jerp, actually. But I think Jerp is absent. And then we'll go to Nugukaza, who I believe is here. So let's check that just in case. And yeah, it's the re-up of the Walking the Dog level, I believe. I do remember the original, because the mechanic was quite unique. But almost impossible to lose now. Okay. Clear the path for your puppy through the park. It was a soft lock. Man, you saw some secret that you completely forgot existed. Yeah, the right arrow down there seemed promising. Okay. Well, I mean, let's not accidentally kill it on the on-off switch. Oh, because you blocked the on-off switch, so that's no longer an issue. It might not even have been an issue originally. It was probably some other lock you were talking about. Walk. Okay. Might not want to run. Right, okay, so you've got the Goomba suspension here. We're going to bump the POWs and let it across. Oh. And then... yeah, for those who haven't seen it before, it's a really unique mechanic that Nintendo would probably consider a glitch if anybody told them, so don't tell them. And you just kind of guide this guy all the way over, and you'll just notice that the Goomrat just remains in suspension. P-switch here, you bump it, everything goes across. And then this guy is thankfully not going to get crushed. Next thing we activate here... okay, there's going to be a shell dispenser that allows you to get out of that problem if you do run into it. Lower the whole gate. And this whole thing here. And then you bump. Well, Luca, you can't really blame Meng for forgetting about those levels when there have been so many at this point. I mean, that was like a pre-4YMM level, you have to remember. It's ancient history by this game's standards. Anyway, we wait here, and then we await this guy's fate at the very end. He is, of course, going to stay alive until we touch the gate and turn him into a 1-up. and put him to sleep. As you can see, Z, Z, Z everywhere. I'm put that Goom Rat to bed. Yeah, Nugukaza, that's kind of interesting that it does interact with the slope momentum as well. And yeah, Windjar, it's a very memorable mechanic. This one here. Probably usable for some other purposes that hopefully won't get in trouble. You can make it get in a mode where it goes really slow in one direction and doesn't bounce back. That feels like it's usable for something as well. Merlin, welcome. I am Willie, if you are still here. We'll do a check. We might be exhausting the dropouts from the queue fairly quickly, so if that's going to be the case. We'll adjust accordingly. Merlin, if you're able to stay to the end, I think we might have some potential dropouts anyway. We'll see. If we get through everything quickly, I'll try to fit you in. Because Merlin, normally I would give you the sub-skip and everything, but because I had close, I do want to get through to people who are in already. And this might go by quickly after the really long levels we had earlier, so as Windjar was saying, this is expected to be short. Yeah, 6Q3. You want feedback on your 6th level? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. And yes, Green Television games, I use the Super Nintendo controller. It has dramatically improved my experience with playing Mario Maker. I've never played with the stick very much. I'm not comfortable with the stick. But the Pro Controller D-pad was really running into problems with some of the diagonal D-pad inputs. So I did order one of the Super Nintendo controllers that connect to the Switch last year, and it is fantastic. The only thing I dislike is that it doesn't have a universal button for the capture and home functions. It does when you are in the Super Nintendo app, for some reason, but it's because it overlaps with the existing ZL and ZR inputs that home and capture are not available when you are using this controller in Mario Maker. Mr. Electrodude, take care. Link lost his jump. Link has returned to his old ways and refuses to jump. We have a clear condition on this level, and we can probably guess what that's going to be. So, Windjar, let's take a look. Reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Without landing after leaving the ground. I should have paid attention to that. It's obviously going to be a bomb over here. I might as well restart so we can play this properly. It is kind of implying that you should be throwing from the cloud and that you will get enough distance. This is, after all, in the night theme. This looks like it's going to be Pegasus Dash, yeah. I should not die to the bomb. I knew that was going to happen as soon as I started dashing. And happy, I am glad that Replace managed to work out. And yes, GN, that was a very appropriate emote for the Nugukaza level that we just saw. Okay. Let's just do the dash. No need for a bomb. Interesting, I wonder... Whoops. Okay, that's what the bottom layer is for. Snake blocks. I should have paid attention to what was on the other side. What's here? One block. I guess we will just take the snake block over. Oh, and then the donut takes you lower. Okay. Except I fell off the edge. Yeah, the donut block should preserve the condition as long as I don't slip to the side accidentally. So yeah, main thing at that point in the level is obviously because of the camera, I can't see where I'm going at that point, but it's nice that as soon as I get on a donut block, by that time we're down to slope. We are low enough that we can see the new floor, so it's probably okay. It doesn't feel blind once you get there. It's fairly clear at that point what your options are. Also, though, if you drop the muncher, this seesaw would level out, though, wouldn't it? And then that would create some issues. So, for example, yeah, it says no, and it's a very clear no, but yeah, you can't slide on it to bump it at this angle either. Okay, that's worth checking, whether it was going to be vulnerable to a shield bump. It might be vulnerable to a shield bump on the way down while it's moving. But we'll not mess with that too much. And yeah, Green Television Games, it is that time of year for something thematic. We did open with a Christmas level today, a Christmas music level by RBC from Korea. This coin block earlier indicated a Pegasus Dash. I don't know if we need one. Don't think so. Oh, okay. Can I tap this? Anyway, I can bomb these blocks. That's something important to know. I guess if I dashed off the snake block, then I would go to what? I guess I would need to raise these with a certain timing, perhaps. I think the ice coin was telling me that I should dash. But then I would lose the condition. And that would not be great. I feel like I do need to tap this somehow then. But if I jump, I lose the condition. Yeah, so that's not it. I think I just need to run into it. Like, well, not like that. We actually just needed to toss a bomb here. And yeah, we just need to toss a bomb because it's nighttime and it's going to behave like a bomb shoe. That's actually obvious in retrospect. Yeah, I haven't seen much use of the Bombchu lately, so I just forgot about that. Last time I saw Bombchu would have actually been in Tetraterix's Zelda level. Like the big Zelda level in 6YMM. Which had an interesting Bombchu puzzle in it. Okay. Yeah, I guess the fact that you used the first ice coin to signal the position for the dash kind of made me think afterwards that the ice coins were indicating potential dash positions. And I didn't quite know what was actually going to turn out there. We need to send a Bombchu over this platform, and we need to not have it die to Thwomps. Whoops. So we'd probably want to lower the Thwomps first. Or not get near the Thwomps at all when it does that. We can just throw here, in fact. With slightly better timing. I guess the sideways marker here is supposed to suggest when it's supposed to line up in order for the bomb to make its way over. I think that's likely what you're going for. And yeah, Green Television Games, it's because this is in the Night Ground theme. The Night Ground modification on bombs is that they behave like the Bombchus in the Zelda series, so... I feel like we need to reconsider my positioning here. Oh, I see. No, I was pushing the Bombchus a little too hard. I need to weigh it down in order to get onto Seesaw, though. Without failing the condition. Okay, there we go. Seesaws always worry me a little bit when it comes to this clear condition, because that's what they do. This is going to be a Pegasus Dash for sure, so let's do it. Also, it's got a lower level down there that's going to involve bombs. Yeah. Let's, again, not cross the line over to the Muncher. It is meant to discourage you. But then we will need to hit an on-off switch to proceed. And how are we going to do that? Let's see. The off switch is over there, so let's do that. Very good. And down. Yeah. Let's see here. And you were saying, instead of saying block, you can say block. Pretty much. Okay, Bombchu once again. Oh no, because it falls down that way, so... We actually need to give it enough room to not hit the wall on the initial throw. And we can just not do this multiple times. We need to do something else here. So... I can't see... Oh, I can see, okay. Yeah, I was looking at the camera positioning and trying to figure out whether I could see where I was firing, but you can, in fact, have enough visibility at that point. So that's not an issue. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a balancing act here as we wait to be picked up, and then... Do I lower this? No, I probably had to shoot that. Or come down here and then shoot that. I didn't realize where I was going, so I thought I had to shoot it much sooner. Okay, pretty easy to recover our previous position now. Yeah, like I was saying, this can be a bit of a scary or a stressful clear condition to play against when you are trying to dismount a seesaw. But we are managing without much trouble. And we'll wait for this to go up and cross. Let's not get hit by the bomb. Pretty clear what to do at every stage. Let's stay standing there. We needed to stay standing here, or we do in fact manipulate the Bombchu by pushing it. Let's let the seesaw settle down first before we try that again. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be clear to every player that the way to do it is to stand still. Because of course the positioning would be a little bit different otherwise. But it was fairly clear to me, so... But night mechanics, I think, are one of those things that it's always going to bring into question what the player's knowledge is going in when it comes to things like the night theme manipulating power-ups and other supposedly friendly items. Anyway, by this point you've established very clearly what you mean by the clouds. And of course we've had one example earlier of that denoting the arrow shot, so... Pretty clear how to proceed here. As long as we avoid some of those mistakes. Indeed, like I was saying, that's the signal for the arrow shot. I needed to change my positioning here. It's going to be a bomb here. A bomb here is going to lower the blaster onto the seesaw, and then you proceed. And Zigzy, welcome. And yeah, I'm aware that you can kind of stand in the middle of the seesaw and stabilize it. But, so we'll see what to do with the positioning of the grinder blades that we just died to. Yeah. Too soon. Okay. Stand over here. We probably could have gone up on top of the seesaw in the first cycle. But I don't know if that is as clean when it comes to the seesaw position. Anyway, let's get through here. Yeah, I like that after a certain point you stop using the tracks to mark the arrow shots and just kind of expect that the player will be able to figure it out. If you want just enough hand-holding to show off your notation system and kind of show off the conventions of your level, but not too much guidance after that, so it's... and then that lets up a little bit. Oh, I failed the condition getting off the platform, okay. And I still don't have this down. I need to rush to the center of the platform right away. That's the thing I need to do. And that should have been obvious to me much sooner. Rush to the right of the platform, in fact. Oh, that's what you were referring to. Okay, yeah. Okay, there we go. And let's wait. Oh, that crushing sound on the poor coin that has been destroyed. Chomp was left alive here. We'll pass it anyway. Yeah, Chomp spawning is always a little bit of a potential pain point, and I know from having tried to do some Chomp concepts in the editor. Okay, let's get over here. I actually had one level over a year ago that was like probably 80% complete or so, but never wound up pushing it because there was just a Chomp spawn inaccuracy that I could never actually permanently fix. I should go back to that at some point to see if I can do anything differently now. I am Willie. You missed your check-in earlier. I can try to do yours next since you are back. But I saw that you had dropped off the line. Yeah, if you're still here, we'll try to deal you in. No, once again, yeah. Okay, no, you were saying that you can stay on the seesaw. Why would you want to stay on the seesaw? Indefinitely. Because... does that come back? It doesn't come back, so... yeah, because it just keeps going, right? So... it does come back if you haven't activated the on-off switch, but clearly we need to do something about that spacing there. Yeah, whatever's going on with the saw blade timing there, it doesn't quite feel right, but we'll try to fix it. Oh, you were referring to the double bomb throw. Okay, okay. Yeah, I guess with the bomb throw later on, the fact that it was behaving inconsistently just at first just led me to try to look for a stable position for it and find something that worked 100% of the time, which is this over here. But clearly it does work if you You can also just stand here. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, that's what you were referring to. Yeah. Works much better that way. Let's do something about this chomp. If we can. Has to be a chomp with a long chain as well. Whoops, I was trying to tap it. Yeah, too bad about those chomp once it spawns. Sometimes it's just a little bit of camera jank that leads to that. Let's try to go back and do it. Okay. Let's get back over here. Tap this. Oh yeah, this bit here. Notice that you are able to get up to the top level, and that would be silly because you would lose. I guess that's why there's an arrow specifying otherwise. Whoops, nope, that's not what I want. Let's go down. Oh, whoops, oh, the rebound killed me. Yeah, that's the thing about chomp spawn that are a little bit off, is that they are very difficult to pick up on your own simply because they might be rare enough events depending on how people move into a certain position with the camera. And with, you know, the random element to the chomp movement. That it can be very difficult to play up during playtesting and therefore very difficult to fix. Because you wouldn't know if you fixed it or not. Yeah. And let's have a very close call there. And not dies or rebound. Okay, over here. Okay, let's do this. A little bit better. Yeah, central position right here. That's right. Oh, I missed the bomb that time. Yeah, you only have that one opportunity to do it because otherwise you're going to die to the next segment. Because you will not be raised high enough by the seesaw. However, if you go right, then you just get the poor ending. Okay, okay. So you get the good ending if you manage to do the throw. So, okay, that's not a bad idea, actually, because of the way that, you know, often if you miss a certain interaction, you don't want the failure point to be set too far back. But because it's fairly gentle to you if you do miss it, I think that's probably fine, so... Thank you for that, Wenjor. I spent way too long on what were fairly simple interactions. But we managed to get that. Yeah, like I said, difficult to debug the chomp stump issues. Because, of course, they are supposed to blow up on spawn, but that may be just a matter of figuring out how to spawn as much as possible on columns that are going to spawn in at the same time, like when it comes to doing the bomb and chomp setup. I'm thinking about how to do it in a way that would be more reliable. Maybe using flying blocks or something for the crush. Or, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. There is a particular way to kind of debug that stuff, but it's been long enough since I've looked at it that I don't quite recall it off the top of my head. Let's mark that as a win. Actually, I am Willie. You are next. So, never mind what I said earlier. I thought I had cleared you, but you are actually still here. And yeah, thank you for that one, Jor. This is a very playtesting-oriented stream, so if you ever want more concrete feedback like that, you're quite welcome to send more. So yeah, I'm Willie. Right, because you were trying the order or the queue command earlier, it's actually the list command for bringing up the list. And Wendor, like you said, it was your 6th level. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We try to accommodate people at all levels of experience. Don't touch the star. Took a very long time to clear. Please don't kill yourself with this shell. I feel like we're going to kill ourselves with some kind of shell. 3 clears in this so far, and a 3-minute record. Let's do it. After that, it's going to be Happy, Green Television, and GN, and then if we have time, I'll try to get Merlin in, but I cannot promise that yet. Whoops, we touched the star. Okay, it is going to be a detector level. I'm kind of wondering which detector setup you're using here. We've seen some of the different options for that before. I have to adjust around the scroll pushing you in the beginning, of course. That was the main thing I was having a bit of trouble with. And in fact, the best thing to do is wait. If you wait and then time yourself around the stars this way, then you're good. You're not under a lot of time pressure. This is a 500-second level, and also you're allowed to jump, which I'd forgotten after playing a no-jump level for too long. Okay, that's not too bad. Until we get to the point where we're supposedly going to get killed by a shell, of course. And then things might be a bit rough. And then this track got spaced out a little bit, so let's wait for 1 cycle and miss. And Merlin, yeah, I did see that there is a 3-minute record on it, so I am expecting something lengthy. Very few clears, though, so I assume that nobody has really tried to press the speed record very hard. Okay. I think I do need to go between the slow stars for this cycle. The top track, yeah. Need to go between. Watch the fast star rhythmically. I was watching it and I still choked. Yeah, look at that poison mushroom just hanging out there. Yep, that's what it is. With the, I wasn't paying attention to that earlier. That is the detector. And because of the way the star manipulates the poison mushroom behavior, whether it's approaching you or running away. So very low budget and very efficient. Also easy to see. So, Nugukazo was quite correct in pointing that out. Let's remember that we can jump in this level. It is a very useful skill to have. Whoops. Yeah, this bit is one of the trickier ones, but we made it. Nope. Thought I had enough room and I didn't. You got it from YouTube? Yeah. Oh, you mean the poison mushroom setup? Yeah. Yeah, I was mentally prepared for something more complicated before I read the right side of the level properly. Because we've seen a lot of levels on the stream by people who are very good at extremely complicated detection mechanisms, and sometimes the simple things just work best. Whoops. Yeah. Haven't seen a level like this in a long time, actually. We've seen a lot of interesting usages of the star for other purposes, like for momentum and for using unconventional platforms that would normally damage you. But a don't touch the star level... Not in a while. Why did I do that? That was clearly not right. Yeah, the top part of that left side track is definitely more challenging than the bottom when it comes to the timing. You would think that they would just be equivalent, but I'm definitely having more trouble in the top half. Yeah, because you just wait for the slow stars to be out of the way and then you just cross, but I think the pattern isn't quite as convenient in the top half, which is part of the difficulty progression, so. Okay. Nope, thought I could sneak through, that was wrong. Happy you cranked the difficulty on your level way up. Okay, I don't know if that's good news, given that... well, we can only stay on for so long, but we'll see. Okay, let's watch this part carefully. Nope. Yeah, this one here needs a little bit of work on my part. Let's wait, and this cycle will be it. There we go. And remember that you can jump over the star. That's something I'm not taking advantage of. Let's back out. So we're on screen 2 now. Let's not go for the 30 coin, at least not now. I mean, I usually go for every bonus, but here I'm still learning, so... No, that was a total trap. I knew that was going to go badly as soon as I stepped into that. Oh, you're still clear checking the update. Okay. Well, I don't know if the difficulty is going to make it a better level, but hopefully it's what you're going for. Oops. Let's pass this. Okay. That went smoothly considering the risks I was taking. Not too bad considering I was taking it quickly. Whoops, too quickly. So the first one was pretty badly made with lots of cheese. Okay. But you're saying that it is now harder once you have fixed that. Which makes sense, because the thing is, the less cheesy a level is, the harder it's allowed to be, because then, you know, you can actually make difficulty that feels fair, so. It would make sense to be that. The trade-off. Okay. Oh, whoops. It doesn't feel fair, okay. Well, if it feels impossible, I guess we're unlikely to clear it. But we'll see when we get to it. Let's try to get through this one first. Whoops. It's going to be fairly careful here. Despite how much I'm dying to it, I feel like the margins of error are actually quite fine here. You don't have to be super precise, you just need to be careful and not confuse yourself too much with the stars. Oh geez, I just bumped my head on the red block. That was a bad jump. Atlantis, that's exactly how I died. That emote right there. Indicating a wet floor. That was dangerous, but we did it anyway. Nope. Okay, I'm going to probably miss the cycle. Let's watch and redo. And here we go. Nope. That felt so safe, too. Such an easy location. Living a little bit dangerously here. And let's wait for this. That was at 474 seconds. Time does matter in the first room, at least, when it comes to tracking the position of certain cycles. Nope, I knew that was getting me into trouble. Okay. I just need to be fairly cautious. And let's wait for No, I was a little late on the timing I wanted. There was a particular timing there I was going for. Depending too much on the clock and not on my own vision and reaction. Nope, I also got trapped that time. I just need to stand on the left. On the bottom row there. Okay. There we go, just gonna cross over there. Nope. It's a little bit slow. So far, record is the second screen. You know, there's a lot more to come. Whoops. Okay, let's make it back there. Put a lot of variety to each of these segments, even on the first screen. Get out of here at 468 as before. Let's wait this one out. Let's not die to the easy stuff. Close call. Nope. Okay, first time at the third screen. You have to go right away on the third screen. Otherwise you do get into issues. Here we want to wait for both stars to be back down on the track. If it looks like attempts are fairly manageable, we'll try to go for some of the 30 coins, but right now I'm going to try to prioritize the clear. Star does kind of poke up the top. I don't know if it's within the collision box, but let's not chance it. Here we deal with the door. Room 4. Yeah. Room 4 doesn't scroll you forward too much, so not quite as much pressure here. And in the middle. Now this one we kind of need to run all the way over. Okay, there we go. Someone finally cleared your getting over it level. Oh yes, the one that was trying to get DGR's attention, Merlin, if I recall. Let's give a quick shout out to the raid coming in from Yoko X. And I see you were streaming at Mario Maker as well, so I hope that went well on your end. Do let me know how the stream was going, and welcome to everybody who has come here. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Was this room 4 or 5? This was room 4. And it's not too bad. Thank you for all the follows. And I nailed your name at first try. I'm really glad. I certainly know the feeling of having to sit through a lot of streamers try all kinds of pronunciations. So. Alright, so it seems like we have a choice of paths here. if I understand this correctly. And I like the look of the bottom. I may come to regret saying this. I came to regret saying this. Tonight's stream was absolutely brutal and you got slaughtered. Yeah, we had a stream like that not long ago. And but yeah, always good to see new people that I am not acquainted with in the viewer level scene at this hour, both as streamers and as level makers. Like I said, I am at this point closed because we have been on for quite some time, and I do try to finish the rest of the queue when I'm on, but I'll likely be adjusting some of my stream times in the coming weeks anyway, so for those of you who followed at this hour, we'll hopefully be able to see some levels from you at some point. Let's wander here very carefully. Nope. Okay, so it was like room 4 or 5 that was the record so far, and we died to something really easy. So I feel like this level can be done here. It's not that tough. Some of the later rooms are in fact easier than the earlier ones. Streams where you get demolished are rare, I see. That must have been quite an outlier event then. Okay. No. Got a bit complacent there, since that was usually not something that gave me trouble. But yeah, like I said, the spacing here is actually pretty workable. It's not the super claustrophobic precision stuff. It's actually just fine. Like, I'm dying to mistakes that I feel like are well within my power to avoid, which is a good sign. That was, I once again had second thoughts about the jump in the middle of the jump, and that was not a great idea. And I am Willy, you think I can do it? Yeah, I appreciate the show of confidence. Okay. Let's wait for this. I missed the convenience cycle here. Let's wait for another one. Room 2. Room 2, we want to go fast. Here we go. Let's wait here and go. Okay, that was a very close call, the way I fell to the left. Not the smartest thing I've done here. So, yeah, not every synchronization here is going to be convenient. But if you wait for the second cycle available there, then... Well, okay, no, you do have room to protect yourself on the left side of the screen, which is good. I originally thought you had to kind of rush your way into this room, but that is not true. Well, okay, come on, that was trivial to avoid. And let's not make those slips. Getting a bit overconfident with the stuff that looks easy. And in that case, actually was easy. But patience is key with the level like this one. Let's wait for another cycle here. No, once again, just had second thoughts, and you really have to line up the right shot and take it. But yeah, this feels well within my ability. Like I said, I'm not going to go for the 30 coins just yet because those seem a little bit tougher. I mean, I would if I felt like I could actually do them first try, but they are meant to be optional challenges. It might be a little out of my zone at this moment. Okay, let's wait for a better alignment this time on these guys here. No, once again, it just hesitating a bit on that jump. And yeah, I know the 30 coins are optional. I can see that. I usually play for a lot of optional content when I'm doing certain other types of levels now, so. But I sometimes make those considerations based on where I am in the stream. How much time I'm giving myself. There's got to be a better cycle here than what I've been taking. There we go, much better. A little behind what I was doing previously at 468 seconds through the door, but we'll need to pay more attention here. No, I feel like I can do this, for sure. It's just a lot of carelessness that it naturally invites. We'll work around it. Okay. There we go. Probably shouldn't rush this segment so much. You do get the chance to be cautious at the very beginning. It's just that some of the cycles will go off the synchronization you want. So try to find as reliable a set of timings as I can manage. So here, for instance, I will likely take this cycle here, because then you get some more spacing between the two stars. And let's back up. And this was the part where I just ran myself headfirst into a star last time. Very unnecessarily. Okay. Now this room is, I believe, as far as we've gotten. Or was it? Right, because I want to time myself to follow this guy all the way around to make that jump. I think we got one room past this on the best attempt. We want the star to be on our left. There we go. Yeah, let's not be thrown off by the slow star. Right, because this was the room where we had the branching path. That's where I lost on the bottom. I still think I want to go bottom, though. Through the pipe, and how much is there? Okay, so we're at the red pipe. That's a major benchmark. Might only be the halfway point, though, depending on how much is split into the subworld. It gets harder, okay. Okay, nothing in the safe slot over here, so let's take it. Just scout ahead to where the safe zones are going to be. Like right here. Yeah, this slot over here. I need the slow star to be on the bottom half. Whoops, no. That's... I need both stars to be on the bottom half. Obviously, but especially the slow star. Okay. Let's watch for a good cycle. There we go. Yeah, let's redo this. No need to rush it quite so much. I don't know how tight we'll be on time if I do take it this slowly, but gotten through a pretty big chunk so far. Yeah, let's not get impatient here. Just gonna check the list quickly so we manage to queue correctly. And Happy, I know you said you sent me a troll. That's fine. We do play trolls. The only thing is that if we're short on time, I don't necessarily finish trolls in one segment. Like, I might try to make some progress and then break them into multiple sessions. Just so you're aware. And that's just a function of things running a bit long, as usual. But we'll at least load up your level when we get to it. And put in some good attempts. Not a good cycle here. Let's try this again. I'm way off the synchronization I wanted. Now, none of this feels great. I'm actually way off the pattern I wanted, and a good pattern is not presenting itself. It's like looped all the way around here too, where it is maximally out of sync. That's okay. We lost like pretty much a full minute on how fast I usually take that area, but if that bites us at the end, that bites us at the end. No point in fretting about it until we actually get to the end, so. Okay, a couple of daring escapes here. Let's make a mess out of that. Stars go up. Okay. Let's through here. A little bit risky there, but that's how it's going to go sometimes. feel like I missed a good cycle for this part here, but... Oh, that's going to give me plenty of room. Yeah, this area is fairly gentle. As long as we're paying attention. There we go. I don't know if ducking there is actually necessary, but I'd rather not mess with it. Okay, star needs to be on the left. There we go. Yeah, I like the bottom segment. My chances are better. It's less time sensitive in terms of planning the jumps. Yeah, that is jumpable. Going below seems fine. Through the pipe to the first room past the pipe, which is where we had trouble on the right side of the screen. Wait for the bottom star to do its thing. Okay, we need both on the bottom half, so we wait for the slow star first, and then we wait for the top star. And no, we want them to be a little bit more synchronized than that, so... That's as good as it is going to get. We follow this over? Nope. I just missed the ledge. Oh, whoops. I am Willie. If I don't manage to finish this, I may jot down a code to do it on a catch-up stream. I have a lot of levels that have fallen into that category lately of things that I need a bit of a longer sitting to finish. But since there's no checkpoint anyway, we're not going to lose progress, so... But I may have to continue it on a more dedicated stream when we don't have people waiting behind you. But I feel like, you know, this is something that I could potentially get through from everything we've seen so far. You did say it gets tougher, of course, but we'll just slowly progress through it. Like if you have 10 rooms, like 5 per subworld or something, I feel like this will take a little bit more time to learn. But I'm glad we've put in some decent attempts to learn it so far. And like I said, the spacing feels generally fairly relaxed. So... what we've seen so far seems pretty fair. Okay. Bad idea, bad idea. Doubly bad idea. But yeah, I guess the record so far is going to be room 6 it was, I believe, yeah. The one after the pipe. Kaboom! And thank you so much for the resub B minutes. And yeah, we do occasionally dabble. Like I was saying earlier, I'm hoping I can get a stream up and running for Babel Royale this week, but we'll see. it is going to push my computer a little bit, which is why I don't normally stream off PC. Okay. Okay, let's watch this carefully. And yeah, we'll try, I am willing to put in at least one more good, solid attempt that doesn't die to anything too trivial or too early. And then I'll probably hold off for now. You are a master player at Clue. No doubt with the lead pipe in the conservatory. It's been a long time since I last played a game of Clue. Not that long. Well, maybe a few years, but... yeah, just try to remember how it went. You know how I learned a lot about the Clue map? It wasn't actually through playing the game, nor was it through the film that has the famous multiple selectable endings. It was because there were a whole set of like Clue spin-off puzzle books for kids that were all over the place when I was younger, and I went through a huge set of them where, you know, obviously like Mr. Body gets murdered in every single one of them in spectacular fashion. And you'd go through the puzzle book and track the information through the library and conservatory and secret passages and everything else you remember from the board. And there would, of course, be the accompanying map. You are Colonel Mustard. And you wish you could go for the play in Utah. Okay. Not quite right. You are Colonel Mustard with an application to the Entscheidungsproblem. Now let's see here. Let's get over to the left side. On an application to the Entscheidungsproblem is the subtitle of a of the famous doctoral thesis by Alan Turing that was kind of responsible for the formation of the kind of formal mathematical concept of computing as we know it. And I always found it had like this really nice poetic ring to it, so I always thought like it would do well as something like a murder weapon. Colonel Mustard in the library with the application to the Entscheidungsproblem. Okay, let's... get over here. And that's just the kind of content you get on this stream. Let's wait for the star. Now I'll wait for these guys over here. Wait for this guy. He's going to tread somewhat carefully. Okay, fairly clean timing over here. Let's wait for this guy. I jumped over this on one attempt. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do. I'd rather slide under. Okay, I was going under on this one. We'll be back to the pipe zone in just a moment. Whoa, nearly touched that one. They were both at the bottom there. Let's see if we can make it. For the people I was saying earlier that I might put to the back of the stream, so that's Merlin, and that's also technically Meng when it comes to returning to your level. I'm unlikely to have time to do that with the current pace we're going at, but we'll see how we do with the remaining submissions in the queue. But just to set expectations, I don't think I'll be able to stay that long. But we'll see. Look at a star over here, just being a nuisance. Okay, new record. This guy probably needs to be on the bottom. Whoa, careful there. Look at that key looking so tantalizing to the left. It looks optional, but I don't know if it is optional. And I feel like I have to guess. Because it's not a key door, but I don't know if I'll need a key in the next room or if it's something like the 30 coin that is just a bonus. You finished grading all the final papers for your class and you found 5 people who plagiarized. But was it 5 people who were all identical, or did they plagiarize different sources? Or were they like a circle of plagiarism? I need the key, says I'm Willie. Let's get the key then. Just gonna stalk this and wait for the right opportunity. Nope. Okay, that's as far as we're taking it. It seemed like we were fairly close to the end, maybe. But, yeah, it would have been nice to have some clarity about the key, perhaps, but that's the only thing. I don't really know what its application is going to look like in the later rooms, of course, so... Sugar Falcon actually got it. Congratulations to him. Definitely a very skilled player. I'm just looking at how this is laid out at the end. Yeah, we just needed to clear the subworld and pop out. I touched a star. Too bad. B-Min is triggering the on-off with the stars using the poison mushroom. Let me show you quickly. It's visible in the first room. So, B-Min is, I have a good story about plagiarism to tell you in just a moment. But, so if you look at the setup, the poison mushroom is actually gravitating towards Mario as it normally does in a Nightground theme. When you are invincible with a star, it repels the poison mushroom. Poison mushroom hits the note block, which stomps the bomb, which activates the on-off switch, as you can see right there. Yeah, the poison mushroom behavior with the star is not that often seen, so it's something you might readily have overlooked. But I have seen it used in some puzzles before, for sure. Thank you for that. I am Willie. Enjoyed it while it lasted. And let's go down the list. Happy, if you are still here. We'll wait for Happy to check in, and Happy was just here, so we'll likely pull that in. B-Min, it's about plagiarism, so... Well, let's wait for Happy first. I heard the story from another teacher, like a middle school teacher, many years ago, where he had assigned a project that was on the Cree First Nations people who are in Western Canada. And there was a kid who plagiarized with this totally straight face a Wikipedia article, or a section of a Wikipedia article that actually no longer exists, but it was about the Cree, spelled differently. So the Cree peoples are spelled C-R-E-E, and this kid's plagiarized an article about the Cree, K-R-E-E, which was an alien species in a science fiction series called Dread Empire's Fall. So he's supposed to do this research project on like the First Nations people of Western Canada, and this kid with a straight face submits this display board that has this article ripped straight from Wikipedia about this alien species of quadrupeds that has like very peculiar mating habits. I don't think he passed. And the original text is even funnier. I wish I could dig it up, but you have to go into the Wikipedia edit history to find it, because it has been nuked for notability or something. But anyway, that's the best plagiarism story I know. Happy has not checked in. Let me see if Happy is in the lobby, so I know if I just bumped them back one spot. I'll bump back one spot. And we'll do a check for Green Television, if Green Television is here. And if Green Television is not here, then we will pull in GN next, who has been very, very patient. Green Television, I think, had to ditch, as far as I can tell, so let's rotate through the names here. And let's get to you. Thank you for your patience. It's always good to have you around. I know I haven't played one of your levels in a very long time. You can't believe these kids think you're dumb enough to fall for this, yeah. I mean, they could at least give you a bit of a challenge, right? Instead of making it so obvious, but if they were skillful enough to hide their plagiarism, they wouldn't be committing plagiarism, right? Like, if they have enough sensitivity to the particulars of the English language that make plagiarism very, very obvious, they would not be doing it. GN World 5-F, 5 Final, I presume. It is a boss battle. Let's see it. Depending on whether Happy comes back at the end, this might be our closer. If it is our closer, maybe I have room for Merlin. And given that this is a 20% level, so Merlin, if you're still here, we might be able to do yours. The best part is that half of them didn't even turn it in. So... And yeah, we'll see about that Merlin, because this is, like I said, 17%. I think we have a good chance at doing it quickly. If I don't step on spinies that are very obviously placed. 1 up is a reward for keeping the Fire Flower up to this point, which of course we did not do. That is actually kind of a 1.5 up. A 150. Oh, look at this mole defending its home in the sky. Okay, let's get over here. Some of the kids got you Christmas presents. Oh, like the conventional apple on the desk, right? Or something a bit more elaborate. Like a bottle of wine. $25 Barnes & Noble card. Very nice. That's how to spend rug money. Whoops. I mean, I don't know if you have an idea of what's on your book list to get with that. I have to say, and I'm closing in at the end of 2021 now, so I can actually say this rather firmly. The principal got you wine, because the principal understands what you've been through, that's why. The principal knows what it's like. This has been, since we're talking about Barnes & Noble, this has been my worst year for reading books since I became literate. I'm fairly sure. Like, I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm thinking back to, you know, as long as I've been able to read, this has been my worst reading year on record. And it's due to a whole bunch of factors, like, you know, some personal commitments and some too much Mario Maker, and also just pandemic brain damage, which is a thing. But I had to report with some disgrace that my ability to actually sit down with a book just fell off a cliff this year. It's very unfortunate. Because it's one of those things where, you know, if you're away from it for some time, if you're somebody who kind of grew up around a lot of literature, you don't necessarily notice that it's missing, but you do at the same time notice that mentally you're kind of off, right? That, like, something seems kind of wrong, but it's also not something you have an immediate impulse to fix. But so you don't know what to get. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're particularly interested in recreationally. I mean, other than Shakespeare and other such dramatic pleasures, but there's a lot I wish I could catch up on. Like, I think it's a very familiar feeling, of course, to have a lot of interest in buying a lot of books that you don't have time to read, but which just kind of fill out your library over time. But it does mean that I haven't been tracking much in the way of new releases or anything like that recently. Okay, here we go. And yeah, we died to some silly things. This is not a hard level. We are just playing poorly. I didn't check the left side, but I guess it's just symmetrical. It's another entry point on the way up. Let's grab a flower. Whoops. Yeah, let's not rush it too much here. Also very appropriate to have the Goom emote for those kinds of deaths. Those kinds of hits. Okay, so it's going to be straight up Fire Flower, not progressive. Extra generous. Did we check above the airship? Nope, just ground tiles up there, so. Making the ceiling. Whoops. Let's not get shot in the face. Or even take a boo to the face. Or a hammer to the face. Whoa. Okay. Checkpoint. Checkpoint's going to give me a Fire Flower straight up. Bit redundant with that block, but we'll take it. Okay, that guy's holding the only key. I might as well kill these guys in case there's anything secondary. We do have 2 keys. I don't know if 2 keys are required, but we'll see. Crime and Punishment has been on your list for a long time. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Brothers Karamazov, actually, speaking of Dostoevsky. It's been a long time since I last visited it, but I remember, like, it was specifically my Christmas reading many years ago when I was traveling. I thought, okay, a light holiday reading, let's do all of Brothers Karamazov, and it's great. There are a couple of different opinions on which translations you should go for when it comes to Dostoevsky. For the longest time, the standard one in English was by Constance Garnett, and that dates back to, I think, the 1930s or so. But it was also something that, like, kind of rendered some of the dialects and some of the, I guess, class positions of the characters in a certain way. Like, that was the thing that the Constance Garnett translations were famous for. The one that comes very heavily recommended these days, which was how I read Karamazov, was Pivir and Volokonsky, or P and V, which you can look up. And the people who are into Russian translation have some pretty strong opinions about whether they like Pivir and Volokonsky, because they have a particular method. So there are a couple where Volokonsky is the Russian expert, but Pivir is actually more of an English language poet, and so they kind of refined a translation in collaboration with each other. And it does mean that it's in some ways very different from the English translations that people were used to from previous generations. But so some people are like really fond of them, and others never really adjusted to them. And you've read Notes from the Underground? Yeah. Notes from the Underground, of course, a really huge influence on African-American literature, particularly through Ralph Ellison and Albert Murray. Let's see. I don't remember if that was the case for Baldwin, but they were kind of a generation where, like, the Black American intellectuals were all reading Dostoevsky. And Merlin's just listening here like you know everything about it, and you're just nodding along. Yep, that's the best way to go. But yeah, if you mean to get to Crime and Punishment, like as far as recent acclaimed translations go, I mean, I can definitely speak for the Pivir and Volokonsky Karamazov. I thought that was something that was really quite a lovely read. I've read some of their other translations as well, including, of course, Master and Margarita, which loosely inspired a Mario Maker level of mine. And thank you very much, GN, for that level. I definitely failed on some of the easy stuff, but I can see why it would fit very well in the traditional Super World you have going. I remember playing a lot of the World 4 earlier this year, the Winter World. I don't think I played that much of the World 5, though. But thanks for sending me straight to the boss. The Jordan Peterson book, I assume you mean like it was like 10 rules for living, or some number of rules for living? Yeah, I'm only kind of tangentially aware of Peterson from a lot of people talking about him or getting angry at him. There was this hilarious thing recently, though. I do have a Jordan Peterson story, in fact. Let me check the queue first and see if Happy checks in, but then I'll... 12 rules for life. Okay, so I don't remember how many rules there are, obviously. Yeah, no, I know that a lot of people who work in psychology and such have like some fairly technical objections to him. But no, the funny thing about Peterson was that recently he was traveling to give some talk in Cambridge in the UK, which, let me acknowledge Shorts 24 first for this raid. Shorts 24, we're actually quite near the end of the stream, but I guess that's a reason to stay here and play Merlin's level if Happy doesn't check in. Yeah, Shorts 24, you caught me very near the end. This is usually around when we log off, but we'll play one more level at least. And Merlin, if you would like to give me your code, let me just open up for you quickly so we can see it in the bot. I'm only opening for Merlin, so this is not a full reopening. And then let's close up quickly. And Merlin, I'm likely to pick something that's not too challenging. Like, we won't do a totally trivial easy one there either, but we'll take a look at something medium, shall we say. So anyway, back to the story, B-Minutes. So Jordan Peterson was traveling in Cambridge, and he posted this picture of himself going on one of the punting tours on the River Cam, which are kind of notorious for the tour guides lying their faces off because they're trained to row boats. They're not trained to give historical tours, and so they are actually explicitly instructed to just make stuff up because the tourists won't notice. Then afterwards, Peterson posted his picture of himself, saying that he was, visiting the historic Christopher Wren Library at Trinity College, which I've been to, and which is quite nice because they have some original manuscripts by like Isaac Newton and A.A. Milne and so on display, and John Milton and so on. Like, really great historical collection. Anyway, he says that he's at Trinity College, Cambridge, and at the Wren Library, and he posts a picture of something that is very obviously not a library and is, in fact, a chapel. And so the joke is that, he must have been really misled on the hunting tour on the river if he thought a chapel was a library. But anyway, that's my only good story about him. You would like some feedback on a new traditional level you made. So, Merlin, I would assume that this is going to be 4-1 in the new Super World. Unless you correct me, we will take a look at it and see why there are only 2 working elevators left. Going back to Short Shorts, by the way, thank you so much once more for the raid, and do let me know how everything went. Good to see you here. Climbing down Mount Iced. And, okay, so we'll go up here and... yep, it's going to be an entryway that has... I'm trying to see aesthetically what this is, because I know that you put a lot of attention to making this kind of shape. It's kind of like claws. Or, no, sorry, teeth. Not claws, teeth. Claws go on hands, teeth go on mouths. So it's just a very threatening looking entrance with icicles for fangs. And, yeah, the elevator is broken. That's what this is. It's the elevator that has come down, but has stopped. And we'll get on top of these frozen trees and grab the coin, which is going to shine the heavenly light down upon us. And then, as usual, I see that you decided to make the connection points geographically coherent, which I've pointed out about your levels many times. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you for dropping by, Helga. Okay. And here's the Merlin M with the mysterious Murasame Castle, which also conveniently begins with M. Kind of surprising to me that Mysterious Murasame Castle has not made it to the Nintendo Switch Online service yet, because they did actually create a new English localization for it for, I believe, the Wii U Virtual Console. Because, they were doing all of this fresh localization of games that formerly never left Japan and stopped, unfortunately, before they got to Mother 3, where Nintendo just kind of decided not to do it. And whoops. If there is interest, at some point I might see if I can stream the rather well-regarded English fan translation of Mother 3 on the stream, for those who are interested. Mother 3, for those who are unaware, is the sequel to Earthbound. It was released for the Game Boy Advance in 2006. One of the most coveted localizations in the Nintendo library. Actually, most of you from Smash would, of course, know that via Lucas. I see the pipes are leaking everywhere. That's probably responsible for some of the elevator damage, if you ask me. Look at the bombs falling from the sky, too. I didn't notice them previously. I guess it's only on this current run that I've paid much attention. I wonder if it's possible to send a bomb across here. I don't think it is in the SMB1 theme. But of course I see these hard blocks and my first thought is, how can I break this? Oh, the setup broke. Okay, you mean the bombs at checkpoint were supposed to do something slightly different. Yeah, but we descended through here. Whoops. That's okay, Merlin. That's what a playtest is for. Although, as you can see, you know, spawning off at a checkpoint and having that land on you might not be the best idea. Raining bombs down upon your face. And, yeah, Dorler Mete, welcome back. I am near the end of how long I can stream today, unfortunately. I know that you've got a lot more one-screen puzzles and other such things to send me. But and also, good luck with Stolen Tools, by the way, if you haven't been judged for that already. Because I know they're closing up submissions for that fairly soon. And that there were so many that I know the streamers involved were already playing them. But yeah, I won't really be able to get yours today. I am already kind of doing a bonus level in the queue after I intended to close up, so... And Merlin, you're saying you'll re-upload. Yeah, we'll finish with this version anyway, Merlin, because you should know if there is anything else later in the level that is troublesome. So we'll see this playtest through to the end. And if you already have a fix for what's going on with the bombs, that's, of course, good. And, okay, here we go. Okay, and down. Whoops, bad idea. It's just that only the bombs spawn and not the munchers to explode them. Okay, so I guess it's probably a camera range thing from the checkpoint, Merlin. Is that what's happening? Look at all these pipe fragments that are hanging down. This is quite nice. I like the use of these curved tracks. The coins are going to tell you that this is a safe zone. I like that. That does work as a form of signaling. And regardless, you know that the Goomba is going to be somewhere fairly safe. So yeah, fairly relaxed traditional adventure. Looks very pretty all over. I mean, that's quite typical. But yeah, nice to have a bit of a winter wonderland to close this up with. Dorler Ameti, actually, let me pull up your code quickly. I know I said I wouldn't play yours, but let me see what that is. Because if it was... whoops. Let me just take a look at it. I will likely not have time to do this, but we might as well just take a peek. Oh, okay, it is just your profile. Actually, since we had already solved the previous version, I don't mind looking at this quickly. So that's the reason I wanted to pull up your code anyway, was that I know you had made revisions, and since we had solved it in the previous version, maybe I can do it quickly. If I can't do it quickly, I will not necessarily complete it today. But let's take a look. And Merlin, yeah, thanks for sending me to playtest. Looking forward to seeing the final version when we do eventually go through the Super World, or if you need some additional testing along the way. Let's take a peek quickly, because I did play the previous version not long ago, and unless a big thing changed, we should be able to get through Super Sun Snowy. Yeah, the sun positioning and such actually did alter quite a bit in this layout. Because this was kind of a camera positioning puzzle where you have to go up to the top of the screen to pull the sun up to hit the bomb, which I thought was a very satisfying solution. It is going to drop all of this stuff, and then that allows you to... Yeah, it's actually changed quite a bit since I last saw it. That's okay. We'll see about getting that mushroom. The mushroom is going to allow me to take damage and get this snowball off the right side. Snowball is going to allow me to kill the Wiggler that is on the left. Eventually we want the snake block under the big Wiggler to point its way over and push me down towards the goal, but we won't need that yet. We can take the flower first. And Merlin, you're going for today? Yeah, have a good one. Whoops. I should have just dropped it, but that's what we did. Yes, we need to raise the camera. Let's do it. And I need a mushroom first before I do anything foolish like that. We will eventually want to deal with the sun, but that will be later. It's currently not in a very accessible position. So, there we go. Pop this guy. Go through here. And respawn as much as we can. Oh yeah, previously I guess there was the one-way panel that was over there. There is no longer, so we'll need to readjust a bit. So yeah, that's different this time. In terms of not being able to sneak out with the Fire Flower. Dorler Ameti, I played the early version. Yeah, and I see that there is something that has changed. I'm willing to play this, as I said, because I was familiar with most of it already, and I don't mind just trying to see what you changed. As long as... Yeah, I remember that previously there was the one-way panel under this door, and then that was letting me sneak out with the flower on that side. Instead of doing that, we're going to get through this another way. Let me pull this up. And we'll grab mushroom. You moved the one way at the right door, which... Okay. Yeah, because I remember the one way there. And That does change the flow to snowballs slightly, though. And I know that the sort of central layout has been modified. Anyway, we know there's a piranha that spawns here. That is something that I remember, which kind of caught me by surprise anyway. Because if you go through the door twice, that means you are going to take damage. And... let's see here. So, do I need to take damage in order to continue flowing through this? What to think? Yeah, because I can no longer get out. And if I go back, I hit the flower, I take a hit, and that's required in order to get the snowball again. But once I get the snowball again, what can I do with it? I want to kill the Wiggler, but that's not going to help if I don't have an additional snowball for attacking the sun, right? Like, I kind of need access to 2, perhaps. However, if I take a snowball and go through the door, let's do the snowball first, and then we'll see what to do. So I can go through the door. I can also kill this guy right away to try to go downstairs. Why do I want to do that, though? I feel like I skipped one step. Oh, yeah, because I want access to the... well, I want access to more snowballs, but at this point I don't see how to get a power-up, so... I can't go through here. I don't know if this kills the piranha right away, or... no, it kills me right away, because of course we always face right coming out of the door transition. Anyway, let's pull the bomb. Possibly the snowball shouldn't be going... yeah, no, I see what adjustment I have to make, maybe. I think... if I take the snowball here, I need to go through the door first, because then it spawns an additional Pokey for after I grab the Fire Flower. That's the adjustment. I can't go through this door now because... I can't go through the right door because the flower will spawn, but if I go through this door before I spend a snowball, then I get an additional snowball. I do... oh, I hit that by mistake. I don't actually want to hit that. Just wasn't attentive to the bounce position there. So we'll have to tread over the flower later without hitting it. That's fine, we can do that. Grab the mushroom. And let's sneak in here. Yeah, we'll go through the door first. And, oh, wrong door, wrong door. I knew that, I just said that in the last attempt. Let's not go through that door. It takes the players to realize that extra step, really. It's not a big adjustment. Like, if people are playing a lot of puzzles, the extra spawn should come to them quite naturally. I guess it's because you normally don't think of items as being preserved past the door transition, but it does work with Snowball because of the way it comes from the Snow Pokey, so... that's something that's likely to catch people off guard if they're thinking about item preservation under most circumstances. But... let's get over here. And yeah, we want to go through this door. We want to not hit the piranha, which is a little bit tricky. Because it's just totally in the way. We then fire at the snow pokey. So we can grab this with the fire flower. And what does that allow me to do? That allows me to well, it allows me to take out the pokey. But then I'm still missing something. And I can't go through either... Oh, yes, I can. Yep. I need to take damage with the Fire Flower now, and the Snowball will not be expended because, again, I will be facing right, and the item will be preserved. And that allows me to take out the Wiggler and grab one more Snowball for the Sun. Even players who've played the previous version had a bit of a problem to find the extra step. That's interesting. From a playtesting perspective. Hey, welcome AJ Plays. Okay. Now this bit here, we are going to nuke the Sun. Oh. I was hoping to raise the camera and nuke the Sun that way. But the camera went down, so never mind that. Yeah, because I guess previously you would have this corner over here. I think this is a dead attempt at this point, because yeah, the snowball doesn't reach here. I think you are supposed to time the camera up here, pull it up, hit the Sun. But we do have to start over to see it. Yeah, because especially if you've done it before, it's very easy to just kind of get locked into your existing pattern. And again, I think it is just because the sort of default reasoning that people have with item spawns is to think about them as having a limited quantity when you take them through doors. And, you know, the snow bogey is just a very conventional kind of exception to that, but it's still very easy to overlook just because it's such a simple thing. Yeah, the only thing with this level is that the fire flower does come as a bit of a surprise the first time you see it, but once you know it's there, then that's okay. Let me just do this carefully. And yeah, it's interesting that with the first step, you know, you don't give the player very many options. It's just that the available option is one that they would very easily overlook as a mechanic. Yeah, we should be thinking about safely spawning additional Pokies whenever possible. Let's nuke the flower. Very important that I do that. Maybe not even important that I do that. Let's... yes, it is, because we need to zip through here and respawn an additional Poke. Drop this guy. Now, this bit here, if my method is correct, is a little bit timing dependent. Because I think you do need to raise the snake block and just stay alive on it. But as you can see, we went down too quickly last time. And oh no, I need to throw. I need to not jump down. I just need to throw it directly into the Sun. That's what it is. If I'm still standing on top of the snake block, the camera remains high. That's the only adjustment. Yeah, that's actually a very simple thing, but we know how this game is supposed to work. Basic camera logic. Although, I mean, the way that the half-screen scroll stop works in this game is an exception to so many other rules, right? Like, it really has its own behavior, and, you know, in terms of the way that it pulls the camera up one space, and the way that scroll breaking also works with it. There's all kinds of exceptions. You did see most players spaghetti at the last step, but they go early or too late, yeah. Yeah, because when you see something, whoops, time sensitive, it's very easy to just rush into it and not plan carefully. Especially in a puzzle, I think, where you sometimes don't want to spend too much time dying to the execution stuff. Which is what happened to me with a one screen earlier in the stream. We had a one screen near the beginning of the stream today that I solved very quickly, and then it took me half an hour just to get the mistakes out of the way. Because I kept making all these little positional errors and throwing POWs when I was supposed to drop them. Basic stuff. Yeah. In some ways, it's surprising that the half-screen ceiling is not used even more often in one-screen puzzles. I have seen it a few times recently. I think it was in the Stinjar Deserted Yoshi level that it also used a very similar kind of top corner like this. Not for camera reasons, though. Like, the camera manipulating the Angry Sun is something that's pretty unique to this level. But just in terms of traversing the ceiling, it's definitely worth some attention. Okay, let's wait for the sun to hang around the left first. Yeah, and I know you said that this was already being played by judges. That's fine. I think it's alright. I missed. By that point, this snake block was a little far to the right anyway. I went a little bit early on the block. Yeah, it used the camera in a good way since it used the camera. That's exactly it. I mean, there are so few elements in the game that are going to interact with that in an interesting way, and like that, you know, when you see an Angry Sun level, I don't want that to happen. Let's not die to that guy. Let's drop this. Get him out of the way. And let's pop this guy. Let's see here. We're going to probably drop this after I go through the double door entry. Yeah, something like this Piranha only works with this half-tile. Whoops. It only really works with this half-tile offset anyway because of the way that you're manipulating the door exit roll, which is so often used in the other direction as an item check. And yeah, it's a good way of coming about that idea, actually. That's you know, you might as well play into all the mechanics that are available to you when it comes to the sun. So you have the fire, you have the camera positioning. Might as well do what you can with the sun while it lasts. Yep. It is a little difficult for me to see the jumps when I'm at the ceiling, so the piranha does give me a fair bit of trouble, but we'll try to make that work. I could do a full jump to go on the left, yeah. I should actually consider that. I think when I'm playing around at the ceiling, just for visibility reasons, I have this instinct to not do too much jumping, and you know, my inclination is to see my feet as much as I can. So that's just a habit that you form when playing around it that way. Whoops. Come on. There we go. Let's not accidentally nuke the head, of course. Yeah, because it almost feels kind of like you're playing claustrophobically and being squashed by a ceiling, right? Even though it's a totally open space. Like, psychologically, I think, you know, you want to see the character as much as you can. So that would be the natural reaction. Let's not turn left and lose to Snowball. Let's get rid of the Wiggler first. And then this time we'll try not to miss the shot. There we go. No, I missed. I was supposed to get down there faster so the snake block would push me. And I know that step, I just didn't do that quickly enough. Because the snake block timing, I think, yeah, I fired a snowball too late. If I fired earlier, then I wrap around and get under the snake block. But I just forgot that I had to do that quickly. Okay, here we go. And I am riding the snake much too early, yeah. Because I was kind of trying to time it around when the sun was sweeping over to the right, so we get as much uptime on the sun as possible, but that's clearly the wrong way to think about it. And then we get all the way over. Okay, here we go. We're gonna dump this after the next cycle. Let's take this step by step and not mess up too much. Yeah, in some ways not having the one-way panel allowing you to sneak through this door works more intuitively because, you know, then the information in this level is as visible as possible. Like, having the one-way panel work to the player's advantage, obviously, in terms of going back and forth, but for a one-screen puzzle, I think being as transparent as possible about being able to solve the level just by looking at it is definitely key. Miss. A little difficult to time that hit. I felt like I was in the right position that time, I just wasn't able to. land a shot. Like, I don't think that was a timing issue so much. That was, well, for the snake block. It was a timing issue for the snowball. When the sun is almost at the right side, take the snake. That's what you're suggesting. Okay. Yeah, I remember discussing in the last version, like in the version I played previously, the snake block camera movement was not part of it, and I remember discussing that and you saying that you were going to patch that in, but it is a little bit execution dependent in some ways when it comes to finding the right time for it, so... I mean, it's still a really interesting idea. I like the solution, but it's definitely a solution that takes a few attempts to put together if you have to start over from that state of the puzzle every time. But no way around that, though, with the way the snowball logic is going. Yeah. So you're saying I should still ride the snake later? I can do that. Too early. Yeah, no, that's not working out at all. I should fire earlier if I'm standing in that position before the sun starts spinning around. Because I don't want to be dependent on its spinning position, I want it to be static. Yeah, it's a difficult thing to time for sure. Okay. Now it's just mostly a matter of remembering the white sequence going up to that point. Let the sun be on the right side. Yeah, that's sort of interesting. It's not intuitive to me because I would be afraid of the sun like sweeping to the left before I'm ready for it. But I see also that the sun would be in that notch where the piranha is if I'm firing to the left. Yeah, we'll see it. Okay. Oh, I need to nuke the piranha. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, because you would think that you would need to anticipate the sun to get it to hold still and right, but that is not really the case, from what you're telling me. Let's see if we can do that. No. I needed to fire it then. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure when I was going to take the shot there and just hesitated much too long. Also missed a bomb. Yeah, I was okay, and I just needed to throw the snowball. That would have helped. For sure. Yeah, because I want to throw the snowball when I'm still riding a snake block kind of on the left side, because then that's the only way I would buy myself enough time to get below the snake block on the right side. That is understandable. Get rid of that guy early. Whoops. Okay. Let's remember not to turn left. And then this time around, we wait for it to go right. There we go. Very useful tip. Yeah, I didn't think I'd manage to catch it quite like that, but it worked. It is a slightly counterintuitive timing, I think, but once you see it in action, then it makes a lot of sense. And thank you for that. That is going to be the last thing this stream. And I don't know if I will be able to run more viewer levels between now and Christmas. I might do another puzzle stream sometime this week, but we've got lots of stuff to do. But we'll definitely keep some of these other puzzles in mind. You have some older ones. So that is going to be a wrap for this stream. I have a fairly good idea of who we're going to raid, so do stick around for that. Thank you for all the viewership today, and especially for the patience of everybody who waited in the queue to be played. I enjoyed pretty much everything I played today, I think. It was just a very solid queue all around, with lots of great submissions. As always, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. As I said, don't know how soon the next viewer levels will be, but we'll try to make one happen before too long. And scheduling information, as usual, is going to be posted on the Discord as we plan things day to day. Stick around for the raid. We'll send you on in a moment. And otherwise, have a great day, a great week ahead of you as you rush to get any Christmas shopping done. Have a great holiday season, whether or not you celebrate. And until next time, fare thee well.